Morning, Colonel North.
Good morning, Counsel.
Yesterday you testified about a conversation which you had with the President of the United States on November the 25th, 1986. And I believe you said that he told you, "I just didn't know."
Or words to that effect, yes, sir.
Now, following your conversation with the President, did you happen to run into Robert Earl later that day?
I'm sure that I did. I went back to my office later in the evening, and I'm sure that I did see him there.
And you mentioned, did you not, the conversation that you had had with the President?
Yes, I recall that Lieutenant Colonel Earl was in the office, and he had known that the President had called, I think probably because the original call in the effort to find me, White House Signal had called through to my office.
My question is this, and I need to ask it of you, sir. Did you say to him, in words or substance, that the President had said to you, "It's important that I not know"?
Counsel, I don't recall the conversation that way. I'm sure that what I said was basically what I told you yesterday, and that is that the President had told me I just didn't know. And it may be that the President said it's important that I, Lieutenant Colonel North, understand that he did not know. But I wouldn't have characterized it the way you have just indicated. I don't believe.
Yesterday,
Excuse me, I think it might help if you'd lift the mic a little higher. Thank you.
Sir.
yesterday I asked you some questions and you gave some answers about a one-page insert into a draft of Director Casey's testimony that he was going to give on the 21st of November.
Yes.
And I asked you some questions about a meeting that you had had on the 20th of November in which his testimony was discussed and in which this one-page insert was discussed. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I believe we brought your attention to a document which was marked Exhibit 31, which was that one-page insert, and it had a handwritten interlineation saying, I'll read it verbatim, "No one in the USG found," and the sentence continues, "out that our airline had hauled Hawk missiles into Iran." And you pointed out that that interlineation was not in your handwriting.
That is correct.
Overnight, the committees have uncovered a second version of this one-page insert, which has now been marked Exhibit 31A. And in the same place on the insert, the words "we and CIA" are crossed out, and the words "no one in the USG" is written in. On this new document, is that your handwriting?
That is my handwriting.
So you wrote on the document "no one in the USG," and you wrote that in connection with the sentence that had to do with knowledge that the Hawks had been shipped.
That is correct.
Did you write those words in during the meeting, do you recall, or?
I don't recall when I wrote them, but just to go back to yesterday's testimony, in my description of what that meeting was about, I did not deny that I was trying to change words, and I don't deny that I advocated that. My principal focus in describing the meeting to you was to say that that was not the principal purpose for the meeting. And I willingly admit that I inserted those words. I do not recall myself being an advocate for this being the only subject discussed at the meeting, and I do not recall others at the meeting in any way objecting to those words. I do recall going back with Director Casey to his office in the Executive Office Building and deleting the offensive language.
You're talking now, when you say the offensive language, is that the language that you wrote into this document?
Well, I can't recall what the final version did, but the final version did indeed leave it clear that it was the CIA that did not have knowledge of the Hawk shipment.
But I'm asking you now about, you just referred to the offensive language. Is the offensive language the phrase, "no one in the USG"?
Yes,
And that's the language that you wrote into this document.
that is my writing on this document.
Was anyone else present in your meeting with Mr. Casey when you took that language out?
I don't recall specifically, but it may well have been Mr. Cave. As I recall, we went back directly to Director Casey's office from Admiral Poindexter's office and not only worked on this, but several other portions of his testimony in preparation for his appearance the next day.
Following the meeting on November the 20th, the large meeting in Admiral Poindexter's office, did you receive any telephone calls from Admiral Poindexter or Paul Thompson or anyone else drawing your attention to the fact that the State Department was objecting to this version of the facts?
No, the first recollection I have of anyone in the State Department objecting to that was in news media, I think about the time I was being transferred or shortly thereafter.
I want to make sure that I have asked all the questions that are important to ask. Did you, later on that afternoon, tell someone, either Commander Thompson or Admiral Poindexter, that notwithstanding the fact that others claimed that the U.S. government knew, that you and Mr. McFarland were sticking to your story?
I don't recall that conversation, no.
I asked you some questions yesterday about the Arms Export Control Act. Now, I take it's true that you were aware long before November of 1986 that there was a problem under the Arms Export Control Act with the Israeli shipments.
I think I became aware of a problem as early as November of '85 when we began to work on what I came to call the replenishment problem. I want to make it very clear, I didn't know there was a replenishment problem until I met directly with the Israeli officials on or about the 17th of November that I can recall. I recall very vividly being told that they understood that there was a commitment for immediate replenishment. Mr. McFarland was still in Europe, and I began to work on solving that problem as well as solving the problem of trying to get beyond the Hawks issue.
And I take it that the problem under the Arms Export Control Act was raised again in January of 1986.
My recollection is that that was addressed, that we could solve the problem by having a written finding which authorized these activities. And that's why I raised the issue yesterday of the discussions that resulted in the original November finding and then the ultimate January 16th or 17th finding, I don't recall the date on it. But I was led to believe that there had been a previous Attorney General determination, or if that's the appropriate word, which specified that under a covert action finding, arms could be sold to another party, and that the finding should address that issue of transfers through the CIA. What I'm saying is that we were looking, I thought, for a legitimate way by which these transactions could be either ratified in the case of the previous ones or carried out in the future. And thus the finding was the document, if you will, that did that.
So that it was an issue that was brought to your attention in January as you were planning for the future, that there was a problem raised by the Arms Export Control Act and it needed to be solved.
I believe that issue had already been addressed in November, and that's why I say I want to go back to the November finding. My understanding was that the finding that was prepared and sent to the White House by Director Casey solved that problem, essentially, so that in the course of the time between the 17th, when I was apprised of the need to replenish, and the 26th, my understanding was that we thought we'd solved it. Legally.
I'd like to take it step by step. And I'd like you to refer to an exhibit marked exhibit number 57.
Excuse me, which book, Counsel?
That should be book 3. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
It's a prof's message from you, and it's dated January 15, 1986. And just to orient you in time, that would be between the finding of January 6th, which was signed by the President, and the finding of January 17th, after the first one and before the second. And the committee already has information and testimony that the January 6th finding contemplated sales by Israel and replenishments by the United States.
I believe the January 6th finding contemplates direct U.S. sales. And I'm trying to recall from a finding that we wrote over that period of time.
Before we leave that subject, we better turn to exhibit number 52. The committee has heard testimony about this exhibit previously from Mr. Sporkin from the CIA. Exhibit number 52 is a covert action finding for January the 6th with a cover memo. And the cover memo describes the operation contemplated by the finding. At the bottom of the first page, it says, since the Israeli sales are technically a violation of our Arms Export Control Act embargo for Iran, a presidential covert action finding is required in order for us to allow the Israeli sales to proceed and for our subsequent replenishment sales.
Correct.
So the earlier finding contemplated sales by the Israelis and replenishments by the United States.
Correct.
Okay, now turning back to exhibit number 57. That's your prof message of the 15th of January. I'd like you to turn to the second page. It deals with the proposed arms sales. You make reference to a speech by Secretary Weinberger on the first page at Fort McNair, which you attended. And then at the top of the second page of the prof message, you state, Casey believes that CAP will continue to create roadblocks until he is told by you that the President wants this to move now and that CAP will have to make it work. Casey points out that we have now gone through 3 different methodologies in an effort to satisfy CAP's concerns, and that no matter what we do, there is always a new objection. And my question to you is this. Cap is Cap Weinberger, the Secretary of Defense, and his objections, I take it, were that the transaction as contemplated was illegal.
Would you please restate the question?
Yeah, my question is, isn't it the case that the objections of the Secretary of Defense, which you refer to in this prof message, were on legal grounds?
I guess so. I'm trying to recall exactly what the various three methodologies we've gone through were, but I suppose that they were legal. And again, I want to emphasize we were looking for a legal way to do this.
Now I would like you to turn to a page from your notebooks, which is dated the same date, January 15th. And it's Exhibit 69A. It's not going to be easy to find because the pages as they were given to us were out of date order. But it's a page, you should look for a page which just has the number 15 at the top, and it's toward the back, about 2/3 of the way through the exhibit, maybe 3/4. There are a number of pages dated January 14, and then the following page just has a 15 at the top of it. You have the page with a 15 at the top.
I do.
Okay, turn it one page over. Is there an entry, call to AMI?
AMI, yes.
And that's Mr. Neer.
It is.
And he was your Israeli contact in connection with the arms transactions.
By then he was. In fact, the 1st of January he was.
I take it you are making notes of a conversation you had with Mr. Neer.
That is correct.
And the first note is, Joshua has approved proceeding as we had hoped.
Yes.
Who is Joshua?
Joshua was a Israeli-originated code name for one of the Israeli officials.
I'd like you to turn to the back of this exhibit, 69A, very last page. Is that a code sheet
Yes,
relating to the Iranian transaction?
it is.
About 3/4 of the way down the page, in the right-hand column, you will see the word Joshua. Do you see it?
Yes, okay, I've got it. I was wrong. I'd forgotten the codes.
Who is Joshua?
The president.
Second paragraph says, or the second line in your note is, Joshua and Samuel have also agreed on method 1. First, I think I better ask you who Samuel is.
Well, let me check so I don't make a mistake. Secretary Weinberger.
And what is method 1?
Well, I don't recall, but it was probably the arrangement that we eventually consummated to replenish the Israeli tows and weapons through the CIA.
Well, take a look again at your code sheet. In the middle of the way down the code sheet, it says method 1, method 2. And opposite method 1, it says replenishment by sale. And method 2 is replenishment by pre-positioning.
That does refresh my memory. The two alternatives that had been discussed, and I'm not sure how far we ought to go in public session on this, but one of their concerns, and I think a justifiable one, was that at this point in time, we were back to discussing tows, and that there was a quantity of tows that was considerable, as you have seen in the memoranda I prepared, and they were concerned that if that many were shipped and there was not either an immediate replenishment, either by sale, then method 2 could possibly be acceptable to them. And method 2 would have said, we will preposition our stocks, our weapons, there, so that in the event of a national security emergency for them, they could be immediately turned over. That was one of the methods that we looked at of the many different alternatives for replenishing what the Israelis had already sent in September.
So prepositioning would be to have our weapons already in Israel before any Israeli shipments.
Yes, and as I recall, there was also a third method that we would agree to replenish within a certain number of hours, as had been done, for example, in 1973, where we flew massive quantities of materiel in U.S. military aircraft to Israel on very short notice.
And method 1, I take it, was to have the Israelis ship first and the United States replenish later. And that's the method which you are communicating to Mr. Neer on the 15th that Joshua and Samuel have agreed to.
No, the important point is, and I'm not too sure which sequence we'd get into as to whose weapons would actually go to Iran. The important point in this whole methodology and this discussion is that we were going to agree to sell to Israel the replacements for the stocks that they had already shipped, and if they shipped any more in the future. Now, we eventually came to the point where we decided we didn't want them to ship directly because of other complications.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Understand.
Let's stay with this conversation that you're having with Mr. Neer.
I'm speaking specifically of the replenishment issue, which was brought to my attention in November, and that I worked to find a legitimate legal way to replace what they had already shipped, and that we would replace anything that they shipped in the future. The important thing to understand is that there appears to be, or appears to have been, a considerable misunderstanding between the Israelis and Mr. McFarlane over what was agreed to as early as the summer of 1985. That generated an enormous amount of work on my part and people in the Defense Department as to how it was we were going to replace. They obviously felt that they had received a commitment for perhaps even simultaneous or very nearly simultaneous replenishment. That was not what I was led by Mr. McFarlane to understand that he had committed to, but that is certainly what they had understood. And so we began an intense period of activity looking for ways in which either the DoD could sell directly through the foreign military sales, and we eventually found a way to do it legally, I think, through a finding. And that's why yesterday I said I believed that the November finding had been coordinated throughout the government like other findings, not at a lower level, but certainly at a top level, as Director Casey advocated in his cover memo to Admiral Poindexter, or to Bud McFarlane. I don't remember who he addressed the November finding to. It was clearly something that I thought we had solved at least the foundation problem, and we further amplified on that in the January finding.
We're going to see whether it was solved in the earlier findings in a minute, Colonel, but I want to keep going with the conversation with Mr. Neer.
I understand.
And the next question I want to ask you.
Counsel, it must be obvious that the Colonel is trying to answer your question, and I think it's up to Counsel, Mr. Chairman, to permit the witness to answer the question fully. Thank you, sir.
I have not put a question to him, and I'm about to put it.
You're interrupting. You're interrupting his
answer.
answer. Don't you interrupt me either.
Yes, sir.
May I suggest to the counsel, as he knows what the rules provide for, please address the chair.
I thought I did, Mr. Chairman. I was, of course, didn't get any favorable rulings yesterday. I thought I'd take a straight shot at counsel. My point is, it's absolutely clear that counsel interrupted the witness. That's why I felt compelled to bring it to your attention. And I think the witness feels he was interrupted because for several moments he tried to say, no, I want to say something else. So please, Mr. Chairman, direct your counsel to permit Colonel North to answer the question the way he sees fit. Thank you, sir.
Please proceed.
Colonel North, your next note.
Excuse me, counsel. He's going to finish his answer. Proceed.
Counsel, what I was trying to say is that, and I'm trying to be very straightforward about this. I think that we all believed that by the time we had gone through the various iterations of trying to solve this replenishment problem, that we had solved that problem. I don't think that there was any chicanery or efforts to hide the fact that we worked very hard to find a legitimate legal way to do it. There were certainly people who must have had concerns that we couldn't sell from Pentagon stocks directly to the Israelis under the Arms Export Control Act, prohibitions, etc. And that what we were looking for, and I thought that we found, and I'm sure that the other people who worked on this, to include the General Counsel at CIA, and I thought the people at Justice, who I eventually worked with directly, had solved that problem. I mean, if what you're saying is that we all saw problems with the Arms Export Control Act, I'm not arguing with that. What I'm trying to say is that we were looking for a legal, legitimate way to do it, and I thought we'd found it. And I'm asking you not to make more of these conversations than there is there. There's not some hidden agenda. Sir.
Next question.
Finished?
Finished.
I take it that was an answer to the question of whether you pursued method one, which was replenishment.
It was.
Thank
you. By sale.
Now, the next entry on this note of a conversation with Mr. Inouye is resupply should be as routine as possible to prevent disclosure on our side. May take longer than 2 months. However, if crisis arises, Joshua promises that we will deliver all required by Galaxy in less than 18 hours.
Right.
I take it you were communicating to Mr. Inouye a decision that had then been made by the President concerning the circumstances under which we would replenish.
Exactly.
The next entry is Joshua also wants both your government and ours to stay with no comment if operation is disclosed.
That's what we committed to on both sides.
And again, you were communicating to Mr. Inouye instructions that you had received from the President.
Well, I want to make it very clear. I did not receive those directly from the President of the United States.
Who did you receive them from?
Those instructions were received by me from Admiral Poindexter, who specifically told me that here's what had been decided, and here's how we're going to proceed, and communicate that to your Israeli point of contact. And I communicated it to him exactly as I had gotten it. And I don't see anything then, nor I did not see anything then, nor do I see anything today that is wrong with that kind of a commitment.
The next entry is if these conditions are acceptable to the banana, then oranges are ready to proceed. What is banana?
Turn back to the code sheet. That banana is Israel. I can't find, I got it. Oranges is the United States.
However, in fact, when the finding was signed 2 days later, the transaction was structured differently.
No, the transaction to replenish the Israelis didn't change, I don't believe.
Well, I think I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 60. Do you have that in front of you?
Not yet, Counsel.
Exhibit 60 is a covert action finding of the 17th of January, together with a cover memo relating to that finding.
That's correct.
At the bottom of the first page of the cover sheet, it states, as described by the Prime Minister's emissary, the only requirement the Israelis have is an assurance that they will be allowed to purchase U.S. replenishments for the stocks that they sell to Iran. And above that is described an Israeli proposal of Israeli sales, followed by U.S. replenishments. The next sentence reads, we have researched the legal problems of Israelis selling U.S. manufactured arms to Iran. Because of the requirement in U.S. law for recipients of U.S. arms to notify the U.S. government of transfers to third countries, I do not recommend that you agree with the specific details of the Israeli plan. However, there is another possibility. Some time ago, Attorney General William French Smith determined that under appropriate finding you could authorize the CIA to sell arms to countries outside the provisions of the laws and reporting requirements for foreign military sales. And then it refers lower down in that page to direct sales by us to Iran, not involving Israel. So I take it it's fair to say that the plan changed.
Yes.
And that was because of concerns legal concerns arising under the Arms Export Control Act.
Exactly. And what I want to emphasize, Counsel, is that between the 17th of November and the 17th of January, we got smarter as we went along in terms of what the constraints might be and the proper and best way to carry this out.
So you discovered that the proper way to do it in the future, and at the same time discovered that the way that it had been done in the past created legal problems under the Arms Export Control Act.
To this day, Counsel, I, who am not a lawyer and do not pretend to be, am not certain that there is any flaw in the way that it was done during the summer. Certainly by summer of '85. Certainly by January of '86, I and the people with whom I was working recognized that there was a better way. I do not admit here, and I was not necessarily a part of the earlier transactions as they were agreed to, but I don't believe that anybody set out to violate the law. I don't believe the Israelis did. I don't believe Mr. McFarland did when the transactions which occurred in 1985 were arranged. What I'm saying to you is we were trying very hard to make sure that the Israeli tows which had been shipped in September got replenished. We were trying very hard to make sure that whatever we did in the future was proper. And what you have here is not a conspiracy, but an effort on the part of hard-working government employees to do it the right way for the broader purposes I tried to define yesterday. And that's all this is.
In the middle of the first page of the finding, again after referring to the Israeli plan, it says, to achieve the strategic goal of a more moderate Iranian government, the Israelis are prepared to unilaterally commence selling military materiel to Western-oriented Iranian factions. Now, of course, in fact, the Israelis weren't prepared to commence such sales. They were prepared to continue them.
Where are you reading, Counsel?
Counsel, I don't see this on the finding. Where are we?
Middle of the first page of the cover sheet.
I see.
It's the second sentence of the second paragraph. And it reads, to achieve the strategic goal of a more moderate Iranian government, the Israelis are prepared to unilaterally commence selling military materiel to Western-oriented Iranian factions.
That is correct, and that they were prepared. In fact, they had already done so.
But this memo doesn't say that they'd already done so. It says they're about to start doing so.
Well, I guess they were prepared to commence, anytime we said, we'll replenish. And that was the whole issue.
But there's no reference in this finding to the prior sales, is there?
Well, this is not a finding. This is the cover memo to the President.
There's no reference in the cover memo to prior sales, is there?
I haven't read the whole thing. Having written it a long time ago, I will read it again.
Do you want to read it, counsel, or should we agree that the document says what it says?
If you're willing, I'm willing to agree that the document says what it says and makes no reference to prior sales.
Okay. It does not reference the prior sales, that's correct.
And it does say that the Israelis are prepared to unilaterally commence selling military materiel. That's on the first page. I'll simply state that. I'm reading it from the document. And I take it again, I think you testified to this yesterday, a year later, when the chronologies were prepared that did make reference to the Israeli sales. They said, in the case of the earlier sale that we did, the August-September sale, that the U.S. didn't know in advance that it was going to occur. And with respect to the November shipment of Hawks, falsely said that the U.S. government understood that it was oil drilling equipment. And that was on the 20th.
Again, in reference to, you're talking about testimony given, I still have not read what Director Casey said to the committees.
Referring to the chronologies that you testified yesterday.
That's
that
correct.
You participated in preparing.
That is correct.
And then I take it you were informed on the 21st of November, 1986, for the first time, that the Attorney General had come up with the idea that there could be a mental finding which would have justified the Israeli sales.
I do not know or recall, at least, when I was told about the mental finding aspect of it, or the verbal finding, whatever one wants to call
Well,
it.
why don't you turn to Exhibit 40? I believe that's in Book 2. I think you need to look at Exhibits 39 and 40. These are pages out of your spiral notebook, and they came to us Xeroxed in a somewhat confusing way. Exhibit 39 refers to a call from RCM with AG.
Yes,
I take it RCM is Mr. McFarland,
that is correct.
and he's calling you from the Attorney General's office.
That's what I wrote down, and I'm sure that's what I was told, or I wouldn't have written it.
And the committee has heard other evidence that he had an interview that afternoon, 21st, with the Attorney General, in which he told him that he first learned about the Hawk missile shipment in May of 1986, and that he understood that they were oil drilling equipment. I'm not asking you, I'm simply stating for the record that the committee has heard testimony to that effect. And now the Attorney General is calling you from, Mr. McFarland's calling you from the Attorney General's office, and you take notes of your conversation with him.
That is correct. On little yellow Steckham pieces of paper, which I see are fastened to the wrong page, I'm quite sure that those 3 pages of Steckham were originally on this page right here.
And on the 3rd page of exhibit number 40, it states, R.R. said, of course, in July.
Wait 1 second, please.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Mr. McFarland is telling you this.
Yes, I assume that these are the notes that I made during his call to me on the 21st at 5:45 in the evening.
And then it says, intent of Prez is important. And then it says, R.R. said he would support. And then it says, in quotes, mental finding.
Yes.
Now, do you recall that Mr. McFarland told you that the Attorney General said these Israeli shipments could be justified by a mental finding by the President?
I do not recall this conversation. I willingly admit that I wrote those words down based on the phone call I had received from Mr. McFarland.
For whatever clarification may be served by it, I will turn to exhibit number 32, which is a prof message from Mr. McFarland to Mr. Poindexter, in which he refers to, it's also dated the same day, it's was sent at 21:01. I take it that's 9:01 p.m.
Right.
It refers to his meeting with the Attorney General in the first paragraph. And then it says, but it appears that the matter of not notifying about the Israeli transfers can be covered if the President made a, quote, mental finding, unquote, before the transfers took place. By that time, the false chronologies had already been drafted, and Mr. Casey had already testified. I'd like to turn back again to Exhibit 60, which is the finding, the memorandum and the finding of January 17th. On the second page at the top, it states the objectives of the Israeli plan could be met if the CIA, using an authorized agent as necessary, purchased arms from the Department of Defense under the Economy Act and then transferred them to Iran directly after receiving appropriate payment from Iran.
I'm missing where you are, counsel.
Top of the second page, I don't think you'll need...
I see it.
I'm directing your attention to the phrase authorized agent.
Yes.
Who is the authorized agent?
By that time, it was General Secord.
So General Secord was acting in connection with the Iranian initiative as an agent of the United States government.
I'm not sure that agent of is the correct, and I'm not trying to split legal hairs. The purpose was to have, as I understood it, what Director Casey wanted was a plausible deniability separation, that the CIA would not be directly face-to-face with the Iranians or the Israelis. And what we basically did was to mirror what the Israelis had done the previous year. The Israelis had set up a non-government agent, in the case of Mr. Schwimmer, Mr. Ledeen, and Mr. Ghorbanifar, to carry out their transactions. And basically what we were doing is replicating in mirror image their organization. We had weapons being sold by the Pentagon under the Economy Act to the CIA, and the CIA selling them to a third party or an agent, in the case of General Secord, who would then complete the transaction, so that there were, if you will, cutouts or compartments in the action.
Well, let me pose the question to you this way. The evidence that the committee has reflects that on the first two sales conducted pursuant to this finding, the United States, Mr. Secord's Swiss bank accounts received $25 million as the purchase price.
Yes.
And that...
I'm not saying yes. I understand. You're talking about the first two sales in '86.
First two sales in '86.
February
and from those bank accounts, $8 million was paid into bank accounts controlled by the CIA, leaving a difference of $17 million that remained in the Swiss bank accounts under Mr. Secord's control. My question to you is, who in the United States government chose to structure the transaction so that there would be $17 million left in Mr. Secord's bank accounts?
Well, I don't know that it was structured to leave $17 million in the account to start with. It was structured so by the time we got to the February transaction, it was structured in such a way that General Secord would become the person who actually conducted the transactions, that the government of the United States would be paid exactly what it asked for whatever was shipped. And that was what we did with 1,000 tows in February, and that's what we did with the Hawk parts that were shipped in May, and eventually the Hawk parts and tows later in the autumn. In each case, the decision was made to allow General Secord to be the broker, if you will, for that transaction, that it would be his accounts that would then transfer monies to the Israelis, to the various people who needed to be paid, to include the government of the United States. I initially thought the money was coming from the Israelis in the person of Mr. Ghorbanifar, who was widely regarded in our government, at least in the CIA people I talked to, as an Israeli agent, to Mr. Secord's account, to the CIA, and then to the Pentagon to pay for the weapons or the material, whatever it was that was being shipped. That was done for a number of purposes. One, to accrue sufficient funds to pay for Israeli replenishments for what had been shipped in '85. Second of all, to generate revenues to support the Nicaraguan resistance. And third, to cover the costs of these transactions, and ultimately further the cause of the approach that we made with the second channel.
Who made the decision to structure the transaction in such a way that there was $17 million left for these purposes that you've described?
You keep coming back to $17 million. I've just told you that I got approval to structure the transaction in such a way that there would be residuals remaining from the transaction for the purposes I just told you.
Whose idea was it?
I'm going to ask you for the latitude to make a longer discourse than 10 words. When Mr. Neer arrived in the United States in the end of December, early January of 1985, early 86, the principal concern that he had, as he expressed it to me, was to keep this initiative moving, to further the goals that I clearly understood of an opening to a more moderate regime in Iran, to get beyond the obstacle of the hostages, in other words, to recover them safely, because they were both a legitimate political problem here in the United States. You couldn't deal with the Iranians without getting beyond that. And to carry out a hoped-for, and I think successful while we did it, program of reducing Shia-sponsored terrorism. He also had as a very obvious goal the insurance that the Israeli tows that had been shipped in September be replenished, and that the hawks, which were sitting in Iran at the time, be returned to Israel. I had, by this time, had absolutely come to the conclusion that there was no way to do it by having the Israelis walk into the Pentagon and buy 508 new tows without it becoming a public issue. They knew that, and I knew that. And so Mr. Neer is the first person to suggest that there be a residual, and that the residual be applied to the purpose of purchasing replenishments and supporting other activities. Now, at that point in time, in early January, he did not raise with me the specifics of supporting the Nicaraguan resistance. That proposal came out of a meeting in, as I recall, later in January, where I met with Mr. Neer and Mr. Gorbani Farr. I'm going to say London, but it may have been Frankfurt or it may have been elsewhere. And in that meeting, I expressed our grave reservations as to how the structure, which at that point in time focused on several thousand tows, would result in what we wanted. And what we wanted were laid out very clearly in the January findings. And what we wanted was a more moderate regime ultimately in Iran, the cessation of Iranian Shia fundamentalist terrorism, and the return of the American hostages, which I viewed as an obstacle and we had to overcome as a first step. I expressed our reservations that the arrangements that were being made by Mr. Gorbani Farr, and by then acting on our behalf as well as the Israelis, were not going to lead to what we wanted. What we wanted as a part of that overall program was to establish a higher level meeting, well above my pay grade. In fact, I suggested a number of people, and I'm sure you've seen it in my messages to my superiors, a number of people who could meet with senior Iranian officials in various ways in which that could happen. In that January meeting, I told him that I was not confident that we were headed in the right direction. And I tape recorded that meeting. Mr. Gorbani Farr, by then, was aware of my role in support for the Nicaraguan resistance. He had seen my name in the newspapers. He is a very well-read individual. I had been told by the Central Intelligence Agency, by Director Casey himself, and by others in the CIA, that they believed Mr. Gorbani Farr to be an Israeli intelligence agent. Mr. Gorbani Farr took me into the bathroom, and Mr. Gorbani Farr suggested several incentives to make that February transaction work. And the attractive incentive for me was the one he made, that residuals could flow to support the Nicaraguan resistance. He made it point blank, and he made it, by my understanding, with the full knowledge and acquiescence and support, if not the original idea, of the Israeli intelligence services, if not the Israeli government. Now, I must confess to you, Mr. Niels, and I think you have seen it in my messages to my superiors, I was not entirely comfortable with the arrangements that had been worked in the summer of 1985 and in the autumn-winter of 1985. I made it very clear. I was, after all, the person who in the United States government had the responsibility for coordinating our counterterrorist policy. I had written for the President's words, "We will not make concessions to terrorists." For the very first time in January, the whole idea of using U.S. weapons or U.S. origin weapons or Israeli weapons that had been manufactured in the United States was made more palatable. I must confess to you that I thought using the Ayatollah's money to support the Nicaraguan resistance was a right idea. And I must confess to you that I advocated that. To this day, you have referred to it as a diversion. My understanding of the word diversion is that what we did is we took something off the course it was originally intended. And what we did is we diverted money out of the pocket of Mr. Ghorbanifar. And in the enormous files of intelligence that I had received from our intelligence agencies, it was very clear that Mr. Ghorbanifar and perhaps others had made enormous profits on the September and November transactions. They didn't make them on the November transaction because it was never completed, but they certainly had in the August-September transaction. And I saw that idea of using the Ayatollah Khomeini's money to support the Nicaraguan freedom fighters as a good one. I still do. I don't think it was wrong. I think it was a neat idea. And I came back and I advocated that, and we did it. We did it on 3 occasions. Those 3 occasions were February, May, and October. And in each one of those occasions, as a consequence of that whole process, we got 3 Americans back. And there was no terrorism while we were engaged in it against Americans. For almost 18 months, there was no action against Americans until it started to come unraveled. I believed then, and I believe now, that we had a chance to achieve a strategic opening. And right up until the last minute that I left the NSC, I was in communication with the Israelis and others who were working on the second channel to achieve that end. The fact is that whether it was Mr. Ghorbanifar himself who originated the idea, or Mr. Nir, or others within the Israeli government, it was a good idea. It was a good idea because we weren't using the taxpayers' money, we were using the Ayatollah's money. And it went indeed to support the Nicaraguan resistance.
You say you were using the Ayatollah's money, and another time you said you were using Mr. Ghorbanifar money.
Well, Mr. Ghorbanifar was ultimately getting the money from the Ayatollah. I don't know that the Ayatollah signed the checks. I know it was Iranian money. I mean, we watched the transfers through intelligence.
But the fact of the matter is Mr. Ghorbanifar was willing to pay that money for those missiles, regardless of how the money was used by the United States government. Isn't that true?
I don't understand the question, Counsel.
Well, let me try it this way. You already knew before that meeting with Mr. Ghorbanifar. Well, first, maybe we better fix the date of the meeting. I take it the meeting followed the finding?
I'd have to refresh my memory, but I think it did. I'm not positive.
Well, prior to the time of the finding, Mr. Secord was not going to be the cutout the Israelis were.
Well, at least someone else would be a third party. That's true.
But in any event, I take it the best of your recollection is that this conversation occurred in January after the finding.
I don't want to commit myself fully to that until I look at my travel schedule, which you by now know was intensive, and I will be glad to do so if you've got something that will refresh me, but I think it was, yes. The first meeting with Mr. Neer, I recall vividly, was immediately after Christmas and was either very late December of '85 or early of January of '86.
And you already knew then that Ghorbanifar was willing to pay $10,000 per tow?
No, what I knew then was Mr. Ghorbanifar was willing to get $10,000 per tow. I, to this day, don't know, first of all, in the September transaction, we were never able to determine that I can recall whether or not Mr. Ghorbanifar ever paid a penny for the tows that were shipped from Israel. And what we did know is that Mr. Ghorbanifar was willing to receive at least $10,000. I was subsequently told that Mr. Ghorbanifar had actually gotten $13,500, maybe $14,000 apiece from the Iranians. When we opened the second channel and did a transaction with the second channel, Mr. Neer was extraordinarily upset that we weren't charging the same, quote, high price, unquote. Now, in fairness to Mr. Neer very clearly wanted to support other activities, as he put it, through these transactions. There were a number of proposals made. Some of those are referenced in the files that I gave you. I believe that those are very, very sensitive documents. And as I said yesterday, I would have believed that executive privilege should have prevented those documents to be turned over and certainly not disclosed to the world, because those operations can affect the lives of Americans. But those were proposals that Mr. Neer had, and that some of the residuals would be used to fund those operations. And I sought approval from my superiors for those operations. I discussed those operations directly with Director Casey, and there were various code names, as you saw, TA1, TH1, etc., in my documents referred to as Mr. Neer defined them. Incidentally, I had just one last point, if you'll indulge me. I realize that people snicker when they refer to the code sheet. The reason we were using the code sheet was not some joke or some childish code from Captain Midnight. We were talking on open telephone lines. And I will tell you right now that were it not for that code and the fact that we were able to talk over open telephone lines, we might not have been able to capture the terrorists who sea-jacked the Achille Lauro and killed Leon Klinghoffer. And
I think the only question has to do with price.
I know it has to do with price.
I think the only question has to do with price.
Mr. Chairman, if the witness believes that something is related to the subject matter of the questions, he should be permitted to answer.
The question related to price, and I hope that the witness will respond to the question.
Mr. Chairman, I have tried to respond to the question of price. The
We
way
have
the
been-
question was asked, Mr. Chairman, was who authorized $17 million, et cetera, to go to that account? And I'm saying that what I was authorized to do was to allow that account to be used to further these transactions and the purposes to which the residuals generated by those transactions would be used. And I sought approval for that, and I was granted approval for that.
And we permitted you over 10 minutes to make that explanation. The question now is price. Please respond to that.
Mr. Chairman, I object to that. Colonel North is attempting to do the very best he can. And I want to say to the chairman, and I should put it on the record right now, that I believe that we're being subjected to a stall job. We met with you, Mr. Chairman.
Who is responsible for the stall, sir?
Counsel. Let me clarify one thing, sir, please. When you and I and Senator Rudman and Mr. Hamilton sat across the table and tried to arrive at a solution in which we balanced the interests of Colonel North and weighed his constitutional rights against the committee's need to obtain the facts, we left that meeting and those negotiations relying upon the intention, not promise, the intention of the committee to resolve its questioning of Colonel North within 4 days. a letter was sent to me by counsel after that meeting saying that you intended to conclude the questioning by July 10th. Over the last day and several hours, I must say that the rambling questions and the inability to finish the subject matter and proceed to another has caused me concern. When Colonel North wants to give an answer which seems to tell the story, he's cut off, and Mr. Niels keeps saying to him, well, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. I'd suggest that if you give Colonel North the opportunity to tell the story, he can tell the story. I was disheartened last night, Mr. Chairman, when I saw on the national news 2 senators make reference to the fact that these hearings were likely to go into next week. I don't know why they should go into next week. The intention of the committee was that there be 4 days, that there be 30 questioners. I don't know what's happened, and I don't want to prejudge the committee, as some members of the committee have prejudged Colonel North. But I suspect to you, sir, that what's happening here is we're meandering through questions in a disjointed fashion so that when it comes Friday, you can say, Mr. Chairman, that it's necessary to continue on Monday or perhaps Tuesday. You know, as a trial lawyer, I know a stall when I see one. There has never been a lawyer that tried a case that didn't know that stalling and putting a weekend in between a witness's testimony so you can dissect his examination and ask further questions on Monday is not a good tactic. So I would request, Mr. Chairman, that if Colonel North is given the opportunity to answer the questions fully, as he believes he's trying to do, I would suggest that we'd make a great deal of progress and that the committee would be able to fulfill its promise to us, its stated intentions, that we finish this matter on Friday. And we're doing our best to do that. And I might add that we're willing, if the committee is willing, to sit a longer day. For example, yesterday with a 2-hour lunch and concluding at 5 o'clock, those kinds of short schedules are likely to lead us into next week. So we earnestly request and respectfully request, and I hope the committee hasn't changed its intention, despite the statement of a couple of senators last night. Our goal here is to finish this by the close of business Friday, and I know Colonel North is trying his hardest to do that, and I'm trying to do so as well. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
May the record show that it took 4.5 minutes to explain the stall. Senator Mitchell.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that if I did lay out clearly and respectfully to you what my concern was, that perhaps it would facilitate speeding up instead of trying to drag this proceeding into next week and submit Colonel North to the incessant questioning of 30 people. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I was present at the meeting to which Mr. Sullivan referred, and I believe the record should show that at that meeting, I stated to Mr. Sullivan that in my judgment, his 2 requests, one, that there be no prior private testimony, and second, that the testimony in public be limited to 30 hours, were inconsistent and incompatible, and that the inevitable effect of not having prior private testimony would be to make the public testimony much longer than would otherwise be the case, and that in my view, if he insisted in pursuing his demand for no prior private testimony, as he did, and as this committee acceded to his demand, that inevitably counsel would have to, in public, go over many areas that they would not have to do in private. And as you'll recall, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, it was at my insistence, anticipating that precisely this type of statement would be made at some point in the proceedings, that I insisted that the letter of intention include an explicit statement to the effect that this was not any binding commitment, and depending on the scope and nature of the testimony and other facts and circumstances as they may arise, that the testimony might go beyond that. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I think the record should show that, in my judgment, I believe the committee members should know this objection is wholly unfounded, without any merit, and I believe the counsel should be permitted to question as he has, because he's not had the opportunity to question in private, and therefore he must cover these areas as thoroughly as he can.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
I thank the senator from Maine, and may the record also show that as far as the chair is concerned, Mr. Niels has been carrying on in a very orderly and professional manner.
May I respond briefly, Mr. Chairman, please?
Briefly, sir.
Yes. This, Mr. Mitchell accurately describes the views that he presented at the meeting. And apparently those views were overruled because I received a letter from counsel in paragraph 5 which says as follows, quote, "The committees intend to complete Lieutenant Colonel North's testimony by the close of the hearing on July 10th, 1987, and do not intend to recall Lieutenant Colonel North for further testimony." I'm leaving out some of the remaining words.
Read the whole paragraph.
I'll be glad to. I'll be glad to. In fact, I'd like to make this a part of the record. I left out the words because it's unrelated to this particular issue. I'll read it again. Quote, "The committees intend to complete Lieutenant Colonel North's testimony by the close of the hearing on July 10th, 1987, and do not intend to recall Lieutenant Colonel North for further testimony unless extraordinary developments create a compelling need, therefore, and that any such recall," not initial testimony, Mr. Mitchell, "recall would be limited to the matters that necessitated the recall." My point is that in order to accommodate Lieutenant Colonel North's...
Did you read the whole paragraph?
Yes, sir. Would you like to see it?
Mr. Chairman, read it.
Mr. Chairman,
Let me make clear.
Mr. Chairman?
We were told, this is not a binding agreement. I don't want to mislead you. It is the intention, the stated intention of Mr. Hamilton and Chairman Inouye. We are relying on the stated intention to go forward. I find it a little disheartening last night to see two senators say that they're going to go into next week. Now, what happened yesterday that all of a sudden the intention is not able to be complied with? It's just an intention. We're asking that the intention that we relied upon be kept. That's all.
Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Chairman.
I believe you've had enough time. May I just, for the record, so that the record will be clear, read the rest of this paragraph? "Although it is not now the intention of the committees, the scope and nature of Lieutenant Colonel North's testimony could result in his testimony continuing beyond 4 days and in his later recall. Matters on which the committees are not waiving their power, and we understand that you are not waiving any rights."
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the whole letter be put into the record as,
It is so
as
ordered.
an exhibit.
And your objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Niels, proceed.
Colonel North, my question is this. Mr. Ghorbanifar was willing to pay, I take it, a certain amount of money in order to acquire missiles from the United States.
Yes.
And that amount was $10,000 per tow.
I don't know that that was the peak price that he was willing to pay. Again, I think that...
It was the price he did pay, wasn't it?
I'd have to have my memory refreshed on exactly what he did pay, but I guess it's somewhere in that...
1,000 tows, $10 million. I think the math comes up with $10,000 per tow.
Okay.
And he was willing to pay that money whether we used it to put into the United States Treasury or whether we used it to support the Contras. Isn't that true?
Yes.
He suggested that we might want to use it to support the Contras, but that was up to us.
Correct.
So it was our money that was going to the Contras, not Mr. Ghorbanifars.
You've lost me, counsel. I was with you right up till you said that. When you said our money.
$10 million Mr. Ghorbanifar was willing to pay to acquire U.S. missiles. And he did pay it.
Let me...
Am I correct so
no,
far?
He is willing to pay perhaps even more. He actually charged, from what we were able to determine from intelligence, he actually charged considerably more.
He was willing to pay $10 million, wasn't he?
He did pay.
And he
I
did
suppose.
pay $10
Yes.
million.
But I want to make it clear that he was willing to pay that for those missiles, whether he got them here or he was able to get them from Israel or wherever he could get them.
That was what he was willing to pay and did pay for the missiles sold by the U.S. government.
If you say the first transaction was $10 million, I'll believe you.
I do. And we could do with that money what we wished as a government. Isn't that true?
Yeah, look, I'm trying to be helpful. But the government of the United States was not out there dealing directly with Mr. Ghorbanifar.
Well, you just testified to a meeting
Let him
you had in the
finish his answer.
bathroom.
Mr. Chairman, please, sir. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
could counsel please permit the witness to finish his answer and not to interrupt him in mid-answer?
The council will decide the pace, sir. Mr. Neal.
Mr. Chairman, I object. I believe you're making the rulings here. I make the objections, you make the rulings. Please don't permit him to make his own rulings.
The chair is making the ruling, sir. Please proceed.
Did you meet with Mr. Ghorbanifar directly, face to face?
Yes, I met with Mr. Ghorbanifar face to face, and in those meetings, after the meeting in January, I then introduced General Secord. I believe he was using a pseudonym at the time that we had arranged for, and he became the person with whom Mr. Ghorbanifar negotiated prices, delivery schedules, arrangements. And General Secord then became the person who went back and paid the government of the United States through the CIA exactly what the government of the United States wanted for the commodities that it provided. You keep saying that it was our money. General Secord was an outside entity who had been established as an outside entity many, many months before in order to support the Nicaraguan resistance, as I described yesterday, by authority that was given to me. And I am the person that recruited this poor man into this. The fact is, General Secord became the person who then was the outside party to be in direct contact. So when I made the initial arrangements, I didn't establish the final price. I certainly didn't establish the price that the government of the United States wanted for the commodities that it was providing. That price was determined in dialogue between the Defense Department and the Central Intelligence Agency through a system that is long and well established. When the government of the United States decided on its price, it communicated it to me. I told General Secord what the price was, and he further dealt with Mr. Ghorbanifar and the Israelis and others. He made arrangements to move them. He made arrangements to deliver them.
When you met face to face with Mr. Ghorbanifar in the bathroom, were you meeting with him as a representative of the United States government?
I was.
Now, isn't it a fact that at that meeting you already knew that Ghorbanifar was willing to pay $10,000 a tow?
By that meeting, as I said earlier, we knew from our intelligence that he was willing to pay at least $10 million and that he received a sum above that from the Iranians, considerably above that.
Who decided how that $10 million was going to be used? You, Mr. Secord, or someone else?
I described for General Secord the purposes to which I thought that money ought to be applied. And throughout my long experience with General Secord, who after all had been referred to me by Director Casey, who was the one that suggested him back in 1984 as the person to assist us outside the government to comply with the Boland proscriptions, I relied on General Secord to carry that transaction out. There were various points in time when we would discuss these activities. I certainly had to tell him what the government was going to charge for various commodities, but ultimately the decision was his. And yet I wish to point out he always, to my knowledge, did what I asked.
Are you testifying that the transaction was set up, structured in such a way that it was up to General Secord to decide how the residuals were going to be used?
Well, I don't want to put it all on his back. There was always a concert of opinion that the purposes of the residuals were as follows: to sustain the Iranian operation, to support the Nicaraguan resistance, to continue other activities, which the Israelis very clearly wanted, and so did we, and to pay for a replacement for the original Israeli tows shipped in 1985. And we, I think, used that money for that purpose.
And whose decision was it how those monies were to be used?
Well, I got I briefed my boss. I talked to Admiral Poindexter about it. I talked to Director Casey about it, and I communicated it back to General Secord and said, here's what we've got to do. You figure out how you're going to allocate the monies to accomplish those purposes. And to my knowledge, he did so.
So you, and you testified to this yesterday, sought approval from the National Security Advisor and the President of the United States as to how this money was to be used. And
I want to make it very
received
clear, Mr. Niels, I did not say I sought it from the President. I assumed that I had it from the President.
You wrote
I was subsequently told that I didn't have it from the President.
You wrote memoranda that you sent to the National Security Advisor recommending that he obtain approval of the President.
That is correct.
So you sought presidential approval.
Yes, but something else that I tried to say yesterday, Mr. Niels, is I sent forward memoranda that described what we hoped to accomplish. And in the one exhibit that you showed me that was left in my files, that was found by the Attorney General's representatives in my office and in my files, there is a very brief 2-subparagraph mention in a multi-page memo describing what we are about. That very brief reference is the only reference in that memo to what you have called the diversion. And what I'm saying to you is the memoranda that I sent forward described the overall process that we were about. It described what we were trying to accomplish. And in very brief mention, it talked about what we hoped to achieve as part of that process.
My question is, why, if it was up to Mr. Secord to decide what to do with the $10 million, did you seek the President's approval to use it for the Contras?
What I sought was, as I just tried to articulate, I sought the overall approval for the overall plan. A part of, and in fact a relatively small part of, the overall plan for dealing with the Iranians was the use of residuals from those transactions to help the Nicaraguan freedom fighters. It was. If you just look at the number of words dedicated to that aspect of it in the one memo that still exists, it is a very brief mention. Not because it's trying to be buried, but because it was a very relatively small part of it. It has been made an enormous political event, but I'm telling you, it was a relatively small part of the overall objective. The overall objectives were what I had just articulated. We were striving, as the finding clearly indicates, and I wrote those words into the finding. Those words had come from the earliest discussions I had with Mr. Ledeen and Mr. McFarlane in the summer of 1985 as to what we hoped to achieve as a consequence of these deliveries or transactions with the Iranians. That's what we were about.
I don't want to belabor the point, but let me see if I can ask the question simply once and see if you can answer this one way or the other. Whose decision was it whether the monies would be used for the Contras or not? Someone in the U.S. government or General Secord?
The decision was made that residuals from those transactions would be applied to support the Nicaraguan resistance with the authority that I got from my superiors, Admiral Poindexter, with the concurrence of William J. Casey, and I thought at the time the President of the United States. I later learned that the President was unaware of that aspect of these transactions.
And if the United States government had decided that the $10 million less expenses should all be paid into the United States Treasury, then that's what would have happened, isn't it?
He's answered the question.
Please, Counsel.
one time.
The United States government charged X thousands of dollars for a commodity. If I were to buy a piece of land from the United States Park Service for $10,000, and then a year later or a week later go out and sell it for $20,000, would the government of the United States lay claim to my $10,000 profit? I know I'm not supposed to ask the questions,
Yeah,
but I
that
just
did
asked
not
them.
answer my question.
But
Your
that's-
counsel
that-
said he'd already answered it.
why I tried to stop
I would like an answer.
Remind counsel, but he is well aware of the rules. Please address the chair,
Yes, Mr.
and let's not stall the proceedings.
Mr. Chairman, if taking 4 minutes to explain my position can expedite the proceedings and remind the chair of its intention to us to complete these hearings in 4 days, then I think it's a 4 minutes well worth spent.
Whose turn?
The question was, if those higher-ups in the United States government from whom you sought approval
Yes.
decided that the $10 million should not, any part of it, be sent to the Contras, but should all come back to the United States Treasury, that's what would have happened, isn't it?
Yes.
So it was our money that was going to the Contras, wasn't it?
I disagree with your conclusion, counsel. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I disagree with your conclusion. If my boss had told me, Ollie, every penny that comes from this thing goes right back into the Treasury of the United States of America, that's exactly what I would have asked General Secor to do, and I am confident that is exactly what he would have done. Okay? I was never asked to do that. I got approval to do what I did, and I didn't do anything without approval. And I'm not trying to pass it all off on somebody else. I was a part of the decision-making process in that I strongly advocated positions, as you have seen in my notes, as you have seen in the voluminous pile of documents. I was a part of a process. I took strong positions that I believed in. I tried to define the risks and the benefits and to lay before my superiors what I thought the advantages of doing or pursuing a certain course of action. And I believe that they carried them out with the full authority that they had, and I still, to this day, counsel, don't see anything wrong with taking the Ayatollah's money and sending it to support the Nicaraguan freedom fighters.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Recess for 10 minutes.
Every time I asked him to do something, he did something. But he was the outside enemy and I was part of the government. He was separate.
recognized that those who were supporting our effort were certainly deserving of just and fair and reasonable compensation. After all, I had, and it may be important to understand how he came to be engaged in this, because when in 1984 we were approaching the proscriptions under Boland, Director Casey and I had had a number of discussions. I had made a number of trips, and I had obviously by then become much more engaged in the support for the resistance. Director Casey is the one who had suggested General Secord to me as a person who had a background in covert operations, a man of integrity, a West Point graduate, a man who had experience in these kinds of matters, and was a man who, by Director Casey's definition, got things done, and who had been poorly treated. Those were his words. I approached General Secord in 1984 and asked that he become engaged in these activities. He was at that point in time out of the government and an American businessman. He thought for several days or weeks about the matter. I went back to him again, and at some point in '84 he agreed to become actively engaged. He agreed to establish, and did, private commercial entities outside the United States that could help carry out these activities. It was always viewed by myself, by Mr. McFarland, by Director Casey, that these were private commercial ventures, private commercial activities. And I always assumed, and I think I specifically said on a number of occasions, that certainly because he was being taken from his other pursuits, that fair and just, reasonable compensation was deserved, as it was by the pilots that flew the airplanes and the mechanics that fixed them, etc.
May I interrupt? A vote is now in progress in the United States Senate. Mr. Sullivan, we will be leaving for a few minutes to vote. Please proceed.
Just to make sure that we have the answer on the record, was it part of your understanding with Mr. Secord that the some of the proceeds of the sale of arms to Iran would inure to his personal benefit?
As fair, just, and reasonable compensation, yes.
And on whose authority did you enter into that arrangement?
May I note, just for the record, that the rules require that one senator be present in order that there be a quorum, I think. Thank you, sir. I didn't see you hiding up there. You got me on that one. One for the Senate. It's just that when there are so few of us over here and so many over there, it's hard to keep track, Senator.
Do you have the question in mind?
Forgive me, and please repeat it.
On whose authority did you enter into an arrangement with General Secord that he would be able to take compensation out of the proceeds of arms sales to Iran?
Well, again, I want to go back to what I said earlier. It was clearly indicated to Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter, and in fact almost drawn up by Director Casey, how these would be outside the U.S. government, and that I told them right from the very beginning that those things that he did deserved fair and just compensation. And so I don't know that I specifically said that this transaction vice some other transaction would or would not result in compensation being derived therefrom. So what I'm saying, it was simply a continuation on another mission by which he was entitled to that. I don't think I specifically addressed that issue to anyone because it was already known from his earlier activities in support of our foreign policy in those private activities from 1984 on.
So, to your recollection, you never discussed with Admiral Poindexter, for example, the fact that some of the proceeds of the sale of arms to Iran would inure to General Secord's personal benefit?
No, but and Counsel, I'm not trying to be a nitpicker on this thing, but I'm saying that it was recognized that he had established a number of commercial enterprises or activities or companies outside the United States that needed to be supported and that they would be set up as commercial activities and that he would be compensated right from the very beginning. I don't believe anybody focused on a specific activity that would or a specific activity that wouldn't achieve that benefit.
How much, under your arrangement with General Secord, was he to take from the proceeds of the sale of arms to
I
Iran?
don't recall that we ever discussed a specific amount of what reasonable compensation was. As I told you, I trusted that General Secord was, and as far as I am concerned today, still is, an honorable man. And that when he said, you know, I'm being taken from my other activities, and I said fair and just compensation is appropriate, I trusted that he would do so. And I never recall discussing a specific amount or rate or percentage or anything like that.
How did the government keep track of how much General Secord was taking for his own personal benefit?
You keep saying it that way, and I relied on the reports that I got from him.
And what kind of reports did he give to you?
I would periodically get a summary statement, as I know that there's some in my records that indicated how much was left and where, and what purposes it was being spent for, in broad, gross terms, but not a specific. I did not ask for an accounting sheet on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, or even an annual basis.
Well, just using the rough sheets that you got, how much money, according to your understanding, did Mr. Secord take from the sale of arms to Iran?
I still don't know. I don't even know that he did.
Do you know even in gross terms?
No, sir.
Was it your understanding as of November of 1986 that there was $8 million either in Swiss bank accounts or in investment accounts at CSF?
No.
Was it your understanding that most of that money had already been spent for the Contras?
It was my understanding throughout that money was being spent for the purposes I defined earlier. And I think it's important we talk to that. That money be used to replace or replenish the Israeli tows, that money be used to support the Nicaraguan resistance, that money be used to support other activities, and I certainly tasked him with a number of those, and that money be used to keep alive the Iranian initiative, and that I relied on his judgment to see to it that the monies were appropriately allocated to those purposes. I would periodically call up the phone or call a meeting with him and say, tomorrow we need to have a ship at point X. And he said, that's a neat unforeseen circumstance. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? And I would say, I didn't know about it yesterday. And he would go out and get a ship. That's what I refer to as another activity.
How much money, according to your understanding, remained in these Swiss bank accounts under his control as of November 1986?
I did not know, and in fact, at the very end of this whole thing, and to this day, I still do not know how much money was under his control and where it was. I simply relied on the fact that I had a relationship of trust between myself and General Secord, between General Secord and Director Casey, obviously, that those activities were being carried out.
In gross terms, if you can give it, as gross as need be in order to match your understanding at the time, how much money remained unspent under his control in November of '86? Again,
I did not have a feel for that. In fact, I don't think I was aware of the final transaction's ultimate amount until after these hearings began, simply because I was transferred relatively quickly after those things happened. And I spent, I think, almost the entirety of the first 10 days of November in meetings or in transit there too, back and forth around the world.
I think you testified earlier that the thing that made this project truly appealing to you for the first time was when you learned in January from Ghorbanifar that the money could be used to support the Contras.
No, the way I put it was, Mr. Ghorbanifar was trying to encourage us to proceed with the initiative. I had, in accord with my instructions, carried to that meeting very strong reservations on our part that what he was doing in this transaction, or the transaction which was first proposed in January, was going to lead to accomplishing our objectives. And so I went in there and I said, look, these things aren't going to work. It's not going to get us from where we are today to where we want to be tomorrow. And he started offering incentives to make it more palatable. And that's when he suggested, well, look, we'll just use some of that money to support the Nicaraguan resistance. I've read about you. You've been in the papers. In fact, by then I think I'd even been in Izvestia. And I know what you really do in your spare time. You support the Nicaraguan resistance, don't you? Among other things. And he said, why don't you use some of this money for that purpose? And as I described to you before we took recess, I thought it was a right good idea. And I came back and advocated it, and we did it.
Even Ghorbanifar knew that you were supporting the Contras.
Yes, he did. Izvestia knew it. The name had been in the papers in Moscow. It had been all over Danny Ortega's newscast. Radio Havana was broadcasting it. It was in every newspaper in the land.
All our enemies knew it, and you wanted to conceal it from the United States Congress.
We wanted to be able to deny a covert operation for the very purposes that I described to you yesterday, Counsel.
Question is this. In the first exhibit, you don't need to turn to it, you indicate that $12 million will be available for the Contras from the Iranian arms sales. Our testimony that the committee has taken has shown that some approximately $4 million from all of the sales were used for the Contras. My question is this. Would it have surprised you in November of 1986 to learn that General Secord had used $4 million, the proceeds of Iranian arms sales, for the Contras, and had $8 million remaining in the pot?
I was surprised. And I want to note, I still don't understand that. And I'm not willing at this point to accuse anybody. But I was surprised.
I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 160. It's in Book 7. You have that in front of you?
Yes.
It's a short prof's message from you to Admiral Poindexter. And it refers to I believe it's a transaction that you've already testified about with Country 1.
Yes.
And then it says at the end of it, as I told you in the other note, I talked to Casey this morning about Secord. Excuse me, it's from Admiral Poindexter to you, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
September of 1986. And in the end it says, keep the pressure on Bill to make things right for Secord. What was he talking about?
To be accurate, I think we need a country list today. It wasn't provided to us.
I think I recall which one is Country 1. My recollection is that there was still security clearance problem that existed, that it came about as a consequence of an earlier investigation of General Secord during his tenure in the government. And Director Casey had mentioned that to me. In fact, Director Casey is, I believe, the person, at least someone, and it may have been Director Casey, who showed me a determination by Judge June Green of the U.S. District Court, which was whatever it's called, a legal opinion or a determination that he was an honorable man whose reputation should not have been impugned in a libel case or something. I'm not sure the exact circumstances. Director Casey felt, at least as he described him to me, that General Secord had been maligned, that he'd been wrongly dealt with. And yet, when I would go to Director Casey, or even when General Secord himself talked with Director Casey, the bureaucracy was unwilling to do what was necessary to give him the appropriate security clearances and the like. There was also, by this point in time, a suggestion by General Secord that he return to the government. And Director Casey, at least as far as he talked to me about it, was enthusiastic about that. And that it was seen by myself, and I guess by Admiral Poindexter, I assume that that's what it refers to, that ought to be done, that there ought to be a cleanup, if you will, of the reputation problem that existed from his earlier and abbreviated tenure in the government.
Just to make sure, to your understanding, does this reference making things right for Dick in the prof message from Admiral Poindexter have anything to do with money?
I don't think so.
I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 161. It's the next exhibit. And the part I have reference to begins at the very bottom of the first page. Dated 9/17/86, and to get substance you have to turn to the second page.
I don't have a second page, Counsel.
You have Exhibit 161?
I do. I have a one-page, top part is black, no second page.
If you're hampered in answering my question because of the absence of the document, say so and we'll provide it later, and we'll return to it. There is a reference in a prof message. This is the one I tried to get Casey's people to pay for as a means of covering some of Dick's debts.
Counsel, I think it's always better to have the document in front of us.
We'll return to it. It's 161. We'll simply return to it.
Very good.
I'd like to turn now to Exhibit 164. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
That's a prof message of the same date, 17th of September, from you to Admiral Poindexter.
I'm looking at one from Admiral Poindexter to me.
Look at the one below it.
Okay,
I see
it.
that one?
Right.
The first part of it deals with Iran. And down towards the bottom of the note, the middle of the bottom section of the note, there's a line that ends with the word CIA, and it reads as follows: CIA could not produce an aircraft on such short notice, so Dick has chartered the aircraft through one of Project Democracy's overseas companies. Why Dick can do something in 5 minutes that the CIA cannot do in 2 days is beyond me, but he does. how the hell he is ever going to pay for it is also a matter of concern. But Dick is a good soldier and never even groused about it. Was it your understanding at that time that Mr. Secord's accounts were out of money?
Well, let me first of all try to figure out what we're talking about here.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, I believe that's the transportation of the second channel to the United States.
My question is, was it your understanding that his Swiss accounts were out of money at that time?
It was my understanding that there was a shortage of funds to be used for this activity at that time, or I would not have put that into the record.
So that confirms that it and explains why you've testified that you were surprised to learn that there was $8 million remaining.
Well, I've taken your word that it's $8 million remaining. I don't know that. What I've also testified is that there were 4 purposes for the funds in what is referred to here as Project Democracy. And it was very clear that funds were to be allocated for different purposes. Whether those were in separate boxes in the same bank, I don't know. What is important to understand is I believed at several points that we were low on monies that could be used to support the Nicaraguan resistance, or at this point, that monies were low to support this particular activity.
Iran, second
In this particular case, this is Iran. But it's also important you understand that it was always the intention to make this a self-sustaining operation, and that there always be something there which you could reach out and grab when you needed it. As Director Casey said, you want something you can pull off the shelf and use at a moment's notice. And I'm not trying to excuse anybody in this thing, least of all myself. The fact is, he, General Secord, may not have known that, or may not have perceived that he should take funds out of this pot and put them into another one, or that he had allocated certain funds for other purposes and didn't want to touch them. And I'm not, again, I'm saying that at the point in time when I prepared that, which was on or about the 17th of September, that was the information I had at the time.
And where did you get that information?
Well, I would guess I got it from General Secord.
Orally or in some form of a report?
I have absolutely no recollection.
But
In fact, I didn't even remember the subject of this prof's note until I read the whole thing.
You would agree that $8 million would be adequate to charter an airplane?
I would agree, Counsel.
Let's turn to Exhibit 159.
May I announce that the vote is now in progress in the House of Representatives. Accordingly, members of the House may have to absent themselves. Please proceed.
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
That's a prof note also from Admiral Poindexter. It's dated September 13, 1986, which I believe is the same date as the one where he says, keep the pressure on Bill to make things right for Dick. At the bottom of the page, it states, also went over the Secord matters. Bill agrees Secord is a patriot. He will check into our suspicions. I told him he could get more detail from you. What is the meaning of the reference, our suspicions?
I'm not absolutely certain about what that is, but I think it's probably what I referred to earlier as, that there was a lot of internal friction within the bureaucracy about General Secord, that there were people who just didn't like him, probably for the same reason that they don't like me. When you get things done in this bureaucracy, you step on toes, and he was certainly a man who got things done.
The prof message seems to refer not to other people's suspicions, uses the word "our suspicions."
what I'm
Was there a...
I'm saying our suspicions about why this problem was being created for General Secord, the bad-mouthing, as it were. And I think that's what it refers to, although I do not recall the specifics at this point.
Admiral Poindexter says that Casey could get more detail from you.
Well, I knew of people at his agency who kept bad-mouthing him. And I knew people in other agencies who said bad things about him and who were uncooperative.
Maybe I'm not understanding. What were your suspicions?
My
at the time?
suspicions were that very often we'd have problems, for example, when we were in the midst of one of these transactions, of even getting a fixed price on a commodity, or enough of the commodity moved around. And you'd inevitably hear, well, you just can't move things here, you just can't move things there. You couldn't get an airplane out of these folks to move the second channel here to the United States for a secret meeting. And just the general lack of cooperation.
From whom?
From within the bureaucracy.
Well, these are suspicions having to do with General Secord, aren't they?
No, I'm talking about the suspicions as to why the lack of cooperation is there. Yeah, okay, I am not certain at all that this refers to suspicions about General Secord. I'm saying our suspicions as to why people aren't cooperating in getting various things done along the line. I think the way that perhaps it looks as though I was suspicious of General Secord. That is not the intent, nor do I think it was Admiral Poindexter's. I mean, after all, the line above, Bill agrees Secord is a patriot. And that's what I was saying. This man is a patriot. He's given extraordinary time and energy to supporting our foreign policy, to carrying out this initiative, and we can't get people to cooperate on diddly.
Did there ever come a time when you entertained suspicions about the way in which money was being used by General Secord?
I know certainly that these hearings have generated questions and suspicions and things like that. I don't recall a specific time before that that I perceived a problem with that necessarily.
Did you ever perceive a problem or hear about a problem having to do with the pricing of arms to the Contras?
For the Contras? Well, I know we had a big problem with pricing the May shipment, but that was to the Iranians.
Just to make it clear, I'm asking you about, did you ever hear adverse reports or did you ever entertain suspicions that you weren't getting the straight facts from General Secord about the way he was handling the pricing of arms to the Contras?
No, I did hear a report from someone in Central America that General Secord was overcharging on the arms that he delivered to the resistance. And I sought at that point in time a price list from him and compared those prices to those that others had gotten. Some were higher, some were lower. And I believe at the time I talked to Adolfo Calero about it, who was at that point in time the principal recipient of the arms from General Secord. I don't recall any other than, what you have was a very competitive environment down there. Once the U.S. government withdrew in 1984 from directly supporting the resistance, you ended up with a lot of folks out there running a very cutthroat business. There were two particular transactions or dealers that raised great concerns with Director Casey. One of them was a transaction of some $5 to $6 million from a broker who he was concerned had also been involved in reverse technology transfer to the Eastern Bloc. And he told me to do everything possible to discourage further purchases. The other one was a so-called warehouse operation that was being run in a Central American country that the agency, and Director Casey in particular, was very concerned about the source of their monies and the fact that this enormous warehouse of several millions of dollars worth of ordnance had been stocked up in that Central American country, and the potential adverse consequences. And at one point, he apprised me that he was concerned that that Central American country might have diverted ESF monies, U.S. economic support funds, to the military to purchase the arms that went in that warehouse. And so he told me that there shouldn't be any further transactions with that broker until such time as he resolved, or they were able to resolve, where those came from. I then talked to Mr. Calero, and I talked to General Secord that they should avoid those transactions. My sense is that as a consequence of the advice I got from the director to withdraw from dealing with those two dealers, that a lot of people start putting out very bad word about General Secord. And I think a lot of that was brought up here to Washington. I think it was made available to certain members of Congress. And I think that's where a lot of the adverse publicity came from. And the fact is that I was told by Director Casey that there should be no further dealings with those two arms brokers. And to my knowledge, General Secord never dealt with them. If he had up to that point, he certainly didn't do it again. But that a lot of the very negative communications that came out about General Secord came out as a consequence of those two guys being cut out of the picture, as it were, in terms of supporting the resistance.
Colonel North, did you have any interest, personal interest I'm talking about now, in any of the monies that flowed from the arms sales to Iran or that were kept in Swiss accounts under General Secord's control?
Not one penny.
There has been testimony, as I'm sure you're aware, that a death benefit account was set up by Mr. Hakim with the name Button for the benefit of your family in the event of your death. Were you aware of any such account?
No. Totally unaware of it. First I heard of it was through these hearings. I had never heard of it before, and it was a shock, an absolute shock.
There is a testamentary document which has been introduced in evidence relating to a particular $2 million sub-account set up also by Mr. Hakim, which provides that in his death, General Secord can control the use of the funds, and in the event of his death, you can control the use of the funds. And it also contains a provision that if everybody dies, it will be distributed to their estates. Were you aware of such a document?
No, I never heard of it until these hearings started. I still don't believe it. I was shocked, and I have absolutely no idea where that all came from whatsoever. Never heard of it before.
And you never heard of the idea either, I take it?
No, ever. I do want to make one point clear. I did at one point express concern after, I would guess in February, March, April, somewhere, after I'd met Mr. Hakim, became aware what his role was in the financial network that had been established. I did at some point express concern to General Secord. Suppose both you guys go down on the same airplane, flitting back and forth to Europe or wherever you're going. What happens then? And I was told, don't worry about it. Arrangements will be made so that these operations can continue. But nobody ever told me that a single penny was set aside for my purposes, for my benefit whatsoever, ever. And I never heard of buttons or belly buttons until these hearings began.
I'd like to separate out then the two issues raised by this will or this testamentary document. You're indicating that the portion of it that provides for the monies being distributed to the estates of the individuals is a foreign notion to you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could we please have a copy of the document
It's
which
Exhibit
counsel is
169.
referring to?
169.
Object to the term "will." Mr. Chairman, I believe the term has been used 50 times in these hearings prior to today. This is not a will, and any lawyer in the room knows it's not a will.
It's the first time I've ever seen this document, ever.
Understood. You've said that. I just want to separate out the issues. There's a part of the document that provides for distribution to individuals' estates in the event of death. It's on the second page. And I take it your testimony is that that concept, not only have you not seen the document, but that concept is foreign to you. You never heard of anything like it?
I never heard of it before. I don't know how much more clearly I can put it, counsel. I never, ever heard that proposal before, that suggestion.
There's a second part of the document that relates simply to control over the use of the funds, and that's on the first page of it, second paragraph. And I take it that, although you never saw the document, the concept that you would control disposition of the funds, I don't mean in your personal capacity, but in your governmental capacity in the event of the death of Hakim and Secord, that's not foreign to you, is it?
Well, I never professed to have control over a single penny of this. I elicited the cooperation of General Secord. To my knowledge, he cooperated in every case with the things that we asked him to do. But I never once saw those words, nor do I want to leave you with the impression that this was what I had in mind when I said to them, what happens if both you guys drop dead? I was more than willing to have anybody else they wanted so that we could continue the activities. But I didn't necessarily wish to become the person who had to fly back and forth to Switzerland. I've never even been in a Swiss bank.
There's been testimony that several $1,000s was spent on a fence security system that was put in at your residence, and that the monies to pay for it came from General Secord. And my question to you is, were you aware, I take it there was a security system put in at your residence?
There is a security system in at my residence. It has since this April been sufficiently supplemented that it is now extraordinary.
And I take it were you aware that that security system was paid for by General Secord?
Well, I'm going to waffle an answer. I'm going to say yes and no, and if you'd indulge me, I will give you another one of my very straightforward but rather lengthy answers. The issue of the security system was first broached immediately after a threat on my life by Abu Nidal. Abu Nidal is, as I'm sure you on the intelligence committees know, the principal foremost assassin in the world today. He is a brutal murderer. When I was first alerted to that threat by the Federal Bureau of Investigation in late April, I was simply told that there was a threat that had been promulgated by Abu Bakr, who is the press spokesman for the Fatah Revolutionary Council, which is the name of the Abu Nidal group. He targeted me for assassination. We then made an effort over the course of several days to have the story killed and not run in U.S., not me, but the story, killed and not run on the U.S. media. Nonetheless, it ran, and I believe the date was the 28th of April. The initial assessment was that this was a response to the attack on Libya, which we had run a preemptive counterterrorist raid on Libya on the 14th of April, which I had a small role to play. CBS chose to run the film anyway. The FBI was then contacted again and asked what protection can be offered. The FBI correctly said, "We don't offer protection." I then sought other types of protection. I went to my superiors and said, "What can be done?" Contrary to what was said some days ago, this lieutenant colonel was not offered at that time any protection by the government of the United States, Senator Rudman. I asked for it, and I was told that the only thing that I could do is to immediately PCS, permanent change of station, you and I as Marines know well what that means, and jerked out of our home and sent to Camp Lejeune. In that I was preparing at the time to go to Tehran, and we didn't want to tell the whole world that, that was deemed not to be an appropriate thing to do. The next thing that we looked at trying to do was to find a secure telephone to put in my home to justify the installation of a U.S. government security system. That, too, was impossible, or not feasible, or couldn't be done. The next thing I did was to ask for a list of who installs these things for the U.S. government. Maybe I can get a better price by calling them. I believe it was someone in the Secret Service gave me a list of 3 or 4 of these companies that do that kind of installation. I called 2 or 3 of them. It is now late April, early May. It's within days of this threat. And I called and I asked, can you come out and do a survey and give me an estimate? And in each case, I think it was 2 or 3 of them, and I was at that point relatively busy, I was told it will be several weeks before we can come out and do an estimate and a survey, and it'll be several more weeks or months before we can complete the installation, because after all, summertime is our busy time. At some point along in there, either General Secord raised with me or I raised with him this threat, and I told him I couldn't get U.S. government protection, I couldn't find a contractor to come out and do it myself, and he said, don't worry about that. I've got a good friend or an associate, I don't remember the words, who's an expert. This guy has a company that does these things. And he shortly thereafter, I believe it was around the 5th of May, introduced me to Mr. Glenn Robinette. He was introduced to me as a man who, one, had been a former CIA, or perhaps I understood at the time FBI, I don't remember, technical expert, a man who owned a security company, and a man who could immediately go out and do a survey and an estimate. He did. Over the course of the next few days, he went out to my home. I called my wife or told my wife whatever that he'd be out. He went through the situation, and he came up with an estimate of $8,500 max. As I recall, it was $8,000 to $8,500, and he could furthermore immediately install the system. Now, I want you to know that I'd be more than willing, and if anybody else is watching overseas, and I'm sure they are, I'll be glad to meet Abu Nidal on equal terms anywhere in the world. Okay? There's an even deal for him. But I am not willing to have my wife and my 4 children meet Abu Nidal or his organization on his terms. And I want you to know what was going through my mind. I was about to leave for Tehran. I had already been told by Director Casey that I should be prepared to take my own life. I had already been told that the government of the United States, on an earlier proposal for a trip, might even disavow the fact that I had gone on the trip on an earlier proposal, and we can come back to that at some time if you like. And so having asked for some type of U.S. government protection for my wife and children, and having been denied that, and perhaps for fully legitimate reasons, and if there is a law that prevents the protection of American government employees and their families from people like Abu Nidal, then gentlemen, please fix it. Because this kid won't be around much longer, as I'm sure you know. But there will be others, if they take activist steps to address the problem of terrorism, who will be threatened. And I would like to just, if I may, just read to you a little bit about Mr. Abu Nidal, just so you know my mental state at the time. Abu Nidal, the radical Palestinian guerrilla leader linked to last Friday's attacks in Rome and Vienna, and that was the so-called Christmas massacre, in which 19 people died and 200 were wounded, is the world's most wanted terrorist. That's the Christian Science Monitor. When you look at his whole career, Abu Nidal makes the infamous terrorist Carlos look like a Boy Scout. Abu Nidal himself quoted in Der Spiegel, "Between America and us, there exists a war to the death. In the coming months and years, Americans will be thinking about us." For sheer viciousness, Abu Nidal has few rivals in the underworld of terrorism. Newsweek. Our own State Department, and we have copies of these that we can make available for insertion in the record, but the State Department's summary on Abu Nidal, not exactly an overstatement, notes that his followers, who number an estimated 500, have killed as many as 181 persons and wounded more than 200 in 2 years. Abu Nidal does not deny these things. We also have an exhibit that we can provide for you that shows what Abu Nidal did in the Christmas massacres. One of the people killed in the Christmas massacre, and I do not wish to over-dramatize this, but the Abu Nidal terrorist in Rome who blasted the 11-year-old American Natasha Simpson to her knees deliberately zeroed in and fired an extra burst at her head, just in case. Gentlemen, I have an 11-year-old daughter. Not perhaps a whole lot different than Natasha Simpson. And so, when Mr. Robinette told me on or about the 10th of May that he could immediately install a security system, I said, please try to keep it to the 8,000 to 8,500. I am, after all, a Marine Lieutenant Colonel, and I live on my salary. And he installed that system. And now let me go to your next question, because I know it's coming and it deserves an answer. I never got a bill. And it is, after all, the answer to your question. It is the answer to your question. You asked me where it came from, and I'm trying to tell you.
I am going to ask you that question, but
you've already asked me the question. You asked me whether or not the money came from General Secord, and I'm getting there.
All right, okay.
Okay. When that system was installed, it was totally complete. It allowed, for example, that when my wife would trigger an alarm, an alarm would ring in the central station, and the Fairfax police would immediately be notified. And that arrangement was worked out. This wasn't surreptitious. The Fairfax police came out. You pays your taxes in Fairfax County, but you get your money's worth. And by golly, they came out and they photographed the house and they did the normal precautionary things to respond to the kind of terrorist alert that they had been briefed on by the FBI. And that's the best that they could do, and it was at that point, with that security system installed, it was adequate that instantly they would respond to one of those emergency alarms. And Mr. Robinette provided it. Now, I then went on the trip to Tehran. I came back. I never got a bill. I didn't ask for a bill, and I never received one. I never asked, where's the bill, until well after it was too late, and I'll cover that. When I didn't get a bill, I basically understood what had happened. And I don't know exactly how it worked out, but I believe that an accommodation was worked between Mr. Robinette and General Secord to make a gift out of that security system that I did not pay for. When I came to the end of my tenure at the NSC, it was, to say the least, a busy time. There were other things to be done besides shredding documents when I left. There was a lot of work to be done, and one of the things that I did was to sit and contemplate the previous 5.5 years of my work. And I am proud of that work. I believe that we accomplished a lot. But there was one thing that just didn't look right. And that was that for the first time in my life, I had accepted something that I hadn't paid for. And even though I honestly believe that the government of the United States should have paid for it, should have put it in, I then picked up the phone and asked for a bill. I got a bill. In fact, I got 2 of them. I didn't ask that they be backdated, but after all, Mr. Robinette is an old hand in the CIA. All right? The bills came with the old original dates, and I think there was another bill with a later date on it. And then, as I told you yesterday, I was going to tell you the truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Well, this is the truth. I did probably the grossest misjudgment that I've made in my life. I then tried to paper over that whole thing by sending 2 phony documents back to Mr. Robinette. It was not an exercise in good judgment. I don't believe I have any particular monopoly on bad judgment. I think it was a gross error in judgment for this committee to put my home address up on the screen for the whole world to see when I've got 20 security agents guarding my wife, my children, and me right now. I'd also like to point out that it's not quite as bad as it originally seemed. This year, and these things kind of come in Aprils, I guess, but this April, the FBI called again. This April, the FBI called and told me that there was another threat on my life. The big difference was, this year, I was back with a band of brothers that has a long reputation for taking care of its own. And the United States Marine Corps and the Naval Investigative Service of Naval Intelligence got together and immediately put security on me and my home, where my wife and children are protected. I can't tell you how grateful I am for that. The security system that was installed by Mr. Robinette with General Secord's money, or the Enterprise's money, or Mr. Hakim's money, or I don't know whose money, was put in and supplemented enormously by the folks, some of which are sitting in this room right now, some of whom are at my home right now, some of whom drive me around in an armored motorcade that makes it look like a European potentate. But the fact is, I am grateful for that assistance beyond measure, because when you think about what could happen when somebody like that is out to kill you and doesn't care if he takes out your children with you, you run out of options in a big hurry. I ran out of options. I think the government of the United States should have stepped up to it and didn't. Whether it's because of laws or regulations, I don't know. I admit to making a serious, serious judgment error in what I then did to paper it over. And I'm willing to sit here and admit to that. But I'm also suggesting to you, gentlemen, that if it was General Secord who paid the bill, whatever it was, I thought it was $8,000. Didn't learn until the hearing started it was more. I also suggest to you that if it was General Secord, first of all, thank you, General Secord, and second of all, you guys ought to write him a check, because the government should have done it to begin with. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel North. I need to ask you one other question on this subject.
I'll make my second answer shorter.
The documents, which I believe you had reference to, that you wrote and backdated, are Exhibits 172 and Exhibit 173.
Yes.
Before I get to the document, who was it that you made the request for security to, and who turned you down?
Well, I went to, well, first of all, I asked the FBI what they could do about it. And the FBI told me, and I've since checked, and I was since told this again this April when they called about a threat this spring, that the FBI is not in the business of providing protection, and they indeed are not. I'm not necessarily, by the way, saying that I think they should have, because it is clearly not within their jurisdiction to do so. And it's up to you whether you change that jurisdiction, I suppose. But I then asked if there was anything that could be done at the White House.
And who was it that you asked at the
I
White
asked
House?
Admiral Poindexter, and I was referred to Mr. McDaniel. It was then suggested that there's only two things that can be done. You can either get a secure phone, we can find a secure telephone and put it in your home and use that to justify the installation of a security system. Well, for whatever reason, no secure telephone could be found. And that may well be the case. I don't know. I was also told that the other alternative was immediate PCS to Camp Lejeune or another military installation, which did not seem entirely practical given that I was getting ready to go to Tehran. Thus, there were no answers.
That was Admiral Poindexter or Mr. McDaniel who told you that you could be transferred to Camp Lejeune?
I don't recall which one it was. I know that issue came up and was dismissed.
Okay, turning now to Exhibits 172 and 173, I take it what you're saying is that they were both typed on the same day.
No, actually, I think they were typed on 2 different days or maybe even 3 different days. But they're both phony documents. I mean, I've admitted to that. I'm here to tell you the truth, even when it hurts, okay? They're phony.
The second one, Exhibit 173, there are 3 letters from the typewriter that don't type correctly. How was that arranged?
It wasn't arranged. That's the way the wheel on the thing was when I typed it. And the wheel was defective. It was simply that way.
Were the 2 letters typed on the same typewriter?
No.
Were they typed in the same place?
No. Actually, one letter, I think, was typed on one typewriter that was similar to the other one, and I couldn't find a decent ball or the wheel thing that worked right, and that was the only one that was there. And I dummied up even the explanation on the bottom of it.
And when you say you dummied up the explanation...
That's the way it was.
So you didn't drop the ball?
No. I mean, after all, how could you, thinking that you were this was not typed at the White House, it was typed after I left. Incidentally, no one else knew about this besides me. I mean, this was my own little stupidity all on my own.
And what was the purpose of writing an explanation at the bottom of Exhibit 173?
Well, here, the only letter that you're sent with a ball that doesn't work, it was a demonstrator model in a store that I typed it on, and you've got to provide some kind of an explanation as to why supposedly a White House typewriter doesn't write. So I explained it on the bottom by saying I dropped the ball. The ball being the explanation for the defective type.
Why did you dummy up the explanation?
Well, theoretically, I mean,
I object. Mr. Chairman, Colonel North has frankly admitted what he did here. I must believe that the United States Congress has better things to do than focus on 2 phony letters after the witness has admitted that they're phony. Could we please move on to another subject?
We will proceed in the fashion we wish to, Mr. Niels.
The fact is, this letter was typed on a machine, but dated as though I were still at the White House. Right? 1 October 86, I was still at the White House. And the machine didn't work well, didn't write right. Somebody had screwed up the wheel on this demonstrator. And thus, I had to explain why a White House typewriter, where they usually work pretty well, didn't work well. And so I put that note at the bottom. It was simply an explanation for why the typewriter didn't work as I had hoped it to. I mean, it's not more sinister than it appears.
There's been testimony about use of traveler's checks. I'd like to give you an opportunity to answer or explain that testimony. I take it you have it in mind.
I do have it in mind, Counsel, and I appreciate the opportunity. Again, you'll have to indulge me a bit. When I began the covert operation in 1984, in support of the resistance, we had enormous problems trying to solve near-time, real-time, what I call operational problems. The end result of that was that I talked to Director Casey about the difficulties. He had suggested establishing an operational account, and I did so. There were two sources of monies for that operational account. One was traveler's checks from Adolfo Calero, and the other one was cash, eventually from General Secord. My recollection is that the very first traveler's checks came either very late '84 or certainly early 1985, and that the sum total of traveler's checks was probably in excess of $100,000 or thereabouts. I also had cash, which I estimate today to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 to $75,000 in cash. So we're talking about an operational account that went from somewhere around $150,000 to $175,000. At various points in time, there would be considerable sums in it, and at various points in time, there would be none in it. My recollection is that I got the traveler's checks in packages of less than $10,000. I understand that others have remembered elsewise, but that's how I remember it. Those funds were used to support the operations that we were conducting. They were used to support the covert operation in Nicaragua, and then eventually were used to support other activities as well. The fact that I had those funds available was known to Mr. McFarland, to Admiral Poindexter, to Director Casey, and eventually to Admiral Art Moreau over at the Pentagon. It was also came to be known to others, some of whom you've had testify here. The funds were used initially only to support the Nicaragua program, but eventually it was broadened to include other activities as well. Let me give you some examples. In the Nicaragua program, operational support was provided to a whole host of Nicaraguan resistance leaders, either directly by me from the fund or through couriers that I used to carry it out. Other resistance activities inside Nicaragua were supported, of a less military nature in some cases. Europeans who helped us with both the public affairs aspect and the acquisition of other arms through a separate channel outside that you've already heard about from General Secord or General Singlab, were paid for out of this account. Money was mailed from this account to addresses in Caracas, San Jose, Tegucigalpa, and San Salvador, among other places, to support activities inside Managua. The Indian movement, the Atlantic Coast Indian movement, was supported from this account, and meetings with the Atlantic Coast Indians, both the Masurasada and the Mosquito movement itself, were supported from this account. And eventually, the fund was used to support other activities such as a DEA hostage recovery activity and the assistance of another European who we have agreed not to talk about. What's important that you realize is that meticulous records were kept on all of this. I kept a detailed account of every single penny that came into that account and that left that account. All of the transactions were recorded on a ledger that Director Casey gave me for that purpose. Every time I got a group of traveler's checks in, I would record them, and I would record them when they went out, even going so far as to record the traveler's checks numbers themselves. The ledger for this operational account was given to me by Director Casey, and when he told me to do so, I destroyed it, because it had within it the details of every single person who had been supported by this fund, the addresses, their names, and placed them at extraordinary risk. Every transaction that you showed on that chart that you had up on the wall or the screen or wherever it was, hard to tell when you see it on a videotape. But when you had it up there, You showed a group of traveler's checks with my name on it. Every single one of those traveler's checks, which bore my name, were used by me to defray an actual operational expense as it happened. I'd cash a check, for example, at Miami Airport and hand the money to a resistance person who I met with there. Or I flew myself off to some place because we were trying to avoid the use of appropriated funds. We used this account to live within Boland and to hide the fact that NSC travel was being conducted. Unlike the CIA, the NSC travel voucher system doesn't have a covert cover. We had one Dickens of a time trying to protect my travel. And as you undoubtedly know, gentlemen, I made an enormous amount of travel. The schedule was brutal. Much of it was paid for out of that operational account. There were times when that account was down to zero. No money in it. I didn't have any traveler's checks, and I had handed out all the cash. Not to myself, but to others. Under those circumstances, I would use my own money, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North's paycheck money, his own money that he had earned, and I would use it for an operational expense. I would therefore make a notation in the ledger, spent $250 on going to Atlanta to meet with somebody. And the next time I got cash or traveler's checks, I would use those checks to reimburse myself. Every single penny on the checks that you saw that came to me was used to pay an operational expense on the scene or to reimburse myself. I never took a penny that didn't belong to me. Every single one of those checks. And I would also point out to you, counsel, that you don't have them all. Because by my own recognition and memory, there were checks used in 1986, and the ones that you depicted earlier were only 1985. And I used those traveler's checks right up until shortly before I was fired, but only for the purposes that you saw. And I realize that this hearing is a difficult thing. Believe me, gentlemen, it isn't as difficult for you as it is for a guy that's got to come up here and tell the truth. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I want to make it very clear that when you put up things like Park Lane hosiery, and you all snicker at it, and you know that I've got a beautiful secretary, and the good Lord gave her the gift of beauty, and that people snicker that Ollie North might have been doing a little hanky-panky with his secretary. Ollie North has been loyal to his wife since the day he married her. And the fact is, I went to my best friend, and I asked her, did I ever go to Park Lane hosiery? And you know what she told me? Of course you did, you old buffoon. You went there to buy leotards for our two little girls. And the reason I wrote the check at Park Lane hosiery, just like the checks at Giant, is because I was owed my money for what I had spent in pursuing that covert operation. You gentlemen may not agree that we should have been pursuing.
Where did the money come from?
The two sources that I remember very vividly were Mr. Calero by traveler's checks, sometimes given by him to me directly or couriered to me, and then also cash from General Secord.
Did you ever, you've indicated that on occasion you advanced your own money and reimbursed yourself out of this fund. Were there occasions when it was the other way around?
I don't understand.
You borrowed from the fund
Never.
for personal purposes
Never.
and then reimbursed?
Never.
Did you ever permit Fawn Hall to do that?
I did. As I recall, it was a very late, probably a Friday or Saturday night, and I had told her that she could take the weekend off, and she didn't have any money. And she was driving to the beach or somewhere. And I, as I recall, gave her 2 or 3 checks, made the appropriate notation in the ledger, and told her that I had to have the money back as soon as she could cash a check. And she did. And I put the money back in the account.
There's
That, to
been-
my recollection, is the only time I ever advanced anybody anything out of the account. I never advanced myself out of there.
There has been testimony about efforts to route money to you through your wife out of the Swiss bank accounts. I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to that testimony on that subject, if you wish.
I'd be glad to. And again, if you'll allow me to go back in time a little bit, in February of 1986, we had the first direct meetings with the Iranians in 5+ years between U.S. government officials and the Iranians, other than the discussions that were going on in Europe over settlement of accounts. In those meetings, in the latter days of February, it was decided that there would be 2 trips to Tehran, that I would go on an advance trip with General Secord, the purpose of which would be to establish an agenda for a higher level trip to be taken by a senior U.S. official. And that trip was planned to take place in April. My advance trip was to have taken place in March. Because the U.S. government had been unable to provide a translator for that session, Mr. Hakim came to that session and acted as translator. And that was, to my recollection, the very first time I had heard of Mr. Hakim. I think it is the first time I had actually met with Mr. Hakim, and I have no recall to the contrary. Mr. Hakim thought that this idea of an advance trip was lunacy. I mean, he put it in the strongest possible terms that this was not a good thing to do. The CIA officer who was with me at that meeting agreed with him. When the discussion transpired, it was actually pointed out that you could never be heard from on this trip again. The risks were known to Mr. Hakim very clearly because he is, after all, an Iranian. He fled the revolution that we now seek to get along with. The CIA officer thought that the trip was very high risk. When I later talked to Director Casey, and this was within days of this whole event, Director Casey raised another issue, and that was, first of all, the trip, because it is so black, this advance trip is so hidden, that we're going to use non-U.S. government assets throughout European or Middle Eastern airlines, no U.S. air registration air flights. You might never be heard from again. The government might disavow the entire thing. And furthermore, I, Bill Casey, am not going to let you go unless you are prepared to deal with the issue of torture. But we knew by then that Bill Buckley, a man who I knew, was probably dead, and that he had been tortured. We knew that he had given as much as a 400-page confession under torture, that we were making every effort to recover. And Director Casey told me that he would not concur in my going on the advance trip unless I took with me the means by which I could take my own life. I did not tell my wife and children that, and they may be hearing it for the first time right now. In the course of that discussion, Mr. Hakim said to me, "If you don't come back, I will do something for your family." He did not say we, that I recall. He said I. Now, by that point in time, I had come to know that Mr. Hakim was a wealthy man in his own right. I was grateful for the assistance that he had been providing in translating over several very difficult days of discussions with the Iranians. And several days thereafter, when he suggested that my wife meet with his lawyer in Philadelphia, I agreed that my wife should do so. The purpose, as I understood it, of that meeting was that my wife would be in touch with the person who would, if I didn't return, do something for my family. My wife went to the meeting in Philadelphia several days thereafter, and you have notations in the notebooks that I surrendered to you about what happened. She went, a very brief meeting. There was no money mentioned, no account mentioned, no amount mentioned, no will mentioned, no arrangement. The meeting focused on how many children I had, their ages, and a general description of my family. A brief meeting in the offices, as I remember, of Touche Ross, a respectable firm in Philadelphia, with a lawyer. I then went, and thank God, returned safely from Iran. After that trip, there was one more call to my wife from the lawyer. On or about the 1st of June, almost immediately after my return from Tehran, the lawyer called again and asked for the name of an adult executor for our family, in the event, I suppose, that neither my wife nor I were around. I told my wife, do not call him back. It is unnecessary. She never did. She never heard from him again, and she has never made contact with him again. No money was ever transferred to my possession, control, account, or that of my wife, or that of my children. I never, ever heard about belly buttons until these hearings began. Does that answer your question, counsel?
Yes, and I take it that in answering the question, you've been telling us what happened at certain meetings that I take it were attended only by your wife, and I take it you're testifying to what you've been told by her.
On advice of counsel, I have not revealed any of our confidential marital communications. I have given you a surmise based on what I know the facts to be.
In other words, counsel, don't call his wife up here.
No, that wasn't the question at all. The question was simply what the source of the information was, and I take it it's your wife.
Counsel, I gave you a long story, and the sources are multiple for that story, but accurate.
Well, other than your wife, what are the sources?
Some of the information may be privileged or a work product of my attorney.
So
In other words, we've done a little of our own investigation regarding, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, a little of our own investigation regarding these allegations, and have amassed some evidence and have concluded that they're absolutely baseless. And from that information, Colonel North has been able to draw certain conclusions. And if you have any proof to the contrary, why don't you present it?
So what he's testifying to is based on what he's been told by his wife and his attorneys?
Not necessarily so. There are other factors as well.
Okay, what else?
I'm just telling you all that I know about the event. No money ever was received. Yeah, I obviously had a conversation with Mr. Hakim that initiated this entire business back in February or early March.
Can you give the committee any information that would shed light on why Mr. Zucker was meeting with a lawyer in Switzerland in October of 1986, seeking to find a way of routing a substantial sum of money to you through your wife?
No, I can give you absolutely no insight to that.
Objection to your question, routing a substantial sum of money. There's no predicate for that.
I cannot, counsel, and I think it's important for you to know that the very first time I heard these things was as a consequence of these hearings, and I was shocked. I never, ever got a penny from those accounts. The only thing that it can be said that I ever received as a consequence of what I did in the course of these activities, or as a result of perhaps one of those accounts, is the security system which is at my home, and I still to this day don't know exactly who paid for it.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for the morning.
The joint panel will stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Yeah, I'm going to try to see if we can get a time that's doing that. Oh, all right. Okay.
else in the government was aware of either the plan or the fact of using proceeds of arms sales to Iran for the Contras?
Well, if I may clarify, what I testified to yesterday is my assumption that the President knew, and then I subsequently testified that I was told he did not know. I know that Admiral Poindexter knew. I know that Mr. McFarland knew at a point in time when he was no longer in the government. And Director Casey knew. Aside from that, I can't speak with certainty as to who else inside the government knew for sure, although there were certainly a number of people who, by the time November of '86 came along, certainly had great suspicions or belief that it was happening. But the only ones that I know for sure who I confirmed it with were those three.
Okay, if I may, I'd like to take them and then ask you some questions about some others. When did Mr. McFarland, to your knowledge, first learn that the proceeds from the arms sales to Iran had been used for the Contras?
My recollection is that I first confirmed it with him during the May trip to Tehran. And it was probably on the return leg from that, either at on board the aircraft or as we were changing planes, whatever. We returned in an aircraft to Israel and boarded another aircraft and flew back to the United States. So it was somewhere in that time frame that I can recall specifically telling him.
Do you have any reason to believe he was aware of it earlier?
He may have been. I have seen some of my own notes that would lead me to believe I had talked to him about it, but I don't recall the events. I do specifically recall, however, talking to him about it at the time of our return.
When did Director Casey first learn of it?
Actually, my recollection is Director Casey learned about it before the fact. Since I'm confessing to things, I may have raised it with him before I raised it with Admiral Poindexter. Probably when I returned from the January discussions.
You're referring now to the discussion, the trip during which you had the discussion with Mr. Gorbanifar in the bathroom?
Yes. I don't recall raising the bathroom specifically with the director, but I do recall talking with the director, and I don't remember whether it was before or after I talked to Admiral Poindexter about it. But I was not the only one who was enthusiastic about this idea, and Director Casey used several words to describe how he felt about it, all of which were effusive. He referred to it as the ultimate irony, the ultimate covert operation kind of thing, and was very enthusiastic about it. He also recognized that there were potential liabilities and that there was risk involved. I believe that he was accurate given what has now happened.
What kinds of risks did he identify to you?
This very political risk that we see being portrayed out here now. That it could indeed be dangerous, or not dangerous so much as politically damaging.
Do you have any reason to believe that Director Casey, given the political risk, ever discussed the matter with the President?
I have no reason to believe that he did, because he never addressed that to me. I never, as I indicated yesterday, no one ever told me that they had discussed it with the President.
Did Director Casey ever tell you that he was planning to discuss it with the President?
No. Not that I recall.
Did you have other discussions with Director Casey on the subject of use of these arms sales proceeds for the Contras?
Yes, we did. Director Casey, who is very clear in my records of communications with him, is a man for whom I had enormous respect. I respected him as a man of incredible experience, probably the most well-read man I have ever met and dealt with on a direct face-to-face basis. I watched Director Casey on trips when I'd travel with him, read an entire book in one plane flight. And in fact, on one occasion, he finished an entire book. As I recall, it was Paul Johnson's book, Modern Times, which is like this in paperback. And then I noticed he was working on the yellow legal pad as we were flying along. And I said, "What'd you do with the book?" He said, I'm tired of reading. I'm decided to write my own." And he'd finished Paul Johnson's book, which he then gave to me. Director Casey and I talked at length on a variety of occasions about the use of those monies to support other operations besides the Nicaraguan operation. And you no doubt have seen record of my accounting of other activities that were planned beyond the Nicaraguan resistance. We always assumed, not just Director Casey and I, but all those of us who worked within the government on this problem of democracy in Central America, that there would come a time again, as indeed it did, where the Congress would make available the monies necessary to support the Nicaraguan freedom fighters. And at various times he and I talked about the fact that it might be necessary at some point in the future to have something, as he would put it, to pull off the shelf and to help support other activities like that. Now, none of those, aside from the ones that we talked about in terms of cooperation with Israel, the ones I referred to in my notes as TA 1, 2, and 3, or TH 1, 2, and 3, I don't recall exactly which. Aside from those operations, he was looking forward to the possibility of needing to support other activities beyond that. And that's why I'm not exactly certain as to what perhaps was intended beyond the use of those monies for support for the Nicaraguan resistance and the other purposes that I described to you earlier, in that I had, I think, communicated that to General Secord, and he did prepare a layout which showed how other of those commercial entities could be used to support activities in other places besides Central America and besides the U.S.-Israeli operations, besides the hostage recovery operations. None of those plans were ever put to fruition before all of this was terminated. But we did talk, he and I, about that, and I may have mentioned it at some point to Admiral Poindexter, although certainly not in the same detail that Director Casey and I talked about it. It is possible, although I don't recall it, that I may have talked to Mr. McFarland about it.
When you say about it, it is the
The
use of funds
application-
for some other projects besides the contras.
Yes. Well, I am certain that I talked to Admiral Poindexter about the Israeli projects, the ones that are abbreviated with a TA or a TH in the records that I provided to the committee.
Did you ever tell Director Casey that funds had actually been used to support the contras? That is, funds arising out of these Iranian arms sales?
Oh, yes.
And I take it on more than one occasion.
Yes.
Was there anyone else in the CIA who was aware that funds from the Iranian arms sales were used to support the contras?
I cannot say with certainty that others were for sure aware. But you must realize that they were getting the same intelligence I was. It was, Director Casey was very concerned that others, for example, I mentioned Mr. Furmark, but that others besides Mr. Furmark were aware of that. Director Casey mentioned several times to me that my telephone calls in and out of my office to and from Central America were undoubtedly intercepted by the Soviet KGB collection site at Lourdes, Cuba. And he believed that that's how perhaps the initial connection between General Secord and I was made public. Undoubtedly, there were people at CIA who had access to this raw intelligence, who made surmise or came to conclusions about it, but I never recall confirming to anyone else at CIA those suspicions. It is entirely possible that others in both the Intelligence Directorate as well as the Operations Directorate were indeed witting but didn't want to know more than they knew. And I don't want to, I'm not trying to implicate other people or anything like that, but a detailed reading of day-to-day intelligence would certainly indicate that if it weren't from Iran, it had to be from somewhere else, and they could certainly read the traffic and derive from certain things that in the intelligence that I was engaged with that there was an Iranian connection as well as a Nicaraguan connection. I'm certain that some people must have concluded that.
Were there people in the CIA who were directly aware from you or from working with you that there was a difference between the amount of money that was paid into General Secord's accounts and the amount of money that was paid into the CIA accounts?
Again, certainly from the intelligence, they would be aware of that. The intelligence we were collecting that I referred to yesterday, and I've since gotten guidance as to how to refer to it, but the intelligence that I referred to yesterday clearly indicated that there was a difference between what the government of the United States was charging and what was actually being provided. So yes, it would be visible to those people that there was a difference.
Was that discussed with people that you worked with directly at the CIA on this Iranian project?
It may have been, counsel, but I don't recall a specific session in which I sat down and said, okay, guys, the Iranians are providing $8 for this, and we're only giving the government $5 because that's all the government wanted. But I'm sure there were people who came to those conclusions. I do not recall confirming to them what the delta, the difference, was being used for.
Now, you had a interview with Attorney General Meese on the 23rd of November 1986, at which the issue of the use of these proceeds for the contras was discussed.
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the Attorney General was aware prior to that time that the proceeds from the Iranian arms sales were used to support the contras?
No, I don't. I have no reason to believe that he was. But when he asked me, I told him.
Now, when he asked you, did you tell him that the difference was in accounts controlled by General Secord, or did you tell him that the difference went from the Israelis directly to Contra accounts?
I do not recall the specifics of that conversation. It was to put it mildly, a very long night before and a very difficult week prior to, and I have no real recollection of that interview other than the fact that it did indeed happen on Sunday afternoon, and that when the Attorney General asked me, holding one of the two of us holding the memo of April, which delineated as a part of that memo that residuals would be used for aiding the Nicaraguan resistance, I do recall that the Attorney General asked me point blank, did this happen? I told him that transaction did not happen. He then asked me if anything like that had ever happened, or words to that effect, and I told him it had.
Did you listen to his press conference on the 25th of November?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware, or do you recall him saying in his press conference that the money had gone straight from an Israeli account into Contra accounts and had not been handled by any U.S. persons?
I don't recall that specific part of it, but I do recall that there was something like that said, yes.
And did he get that from you?
He may well have, and I'm not denying that at all. I want to make something very clear. I did not have, on that day, as good a feel or as good an understanding of the actual financial transactions that I came to have in the days thereafter. And, I mean, first of all, it's important that you understand that we believed, at least I was led to believe, that our intelligence services saw Mr. Ghorbanifar as an Israeli agent. He's an Iranian. At least that's where he was born and lived. But that he was viewed by certainly Director Casey and other members of the intelligence community as an agent of the Israeli intelligence services. And so my assumption was that if an Israeli agent was giving money to an account, in this case an account which included the Nicaraguan resistance, that there would be an Israeli connection to that. I may well have been wrong, because in the subsequent days, in fact, later that day or perhaps the day afterwards, it was described to me differently. That no, the monies came directly from other places and went in there, and a whole host of other people, to include Mr. Khashoggi and others, were mentioned.
But you
I did not know that at the time I was talking to the Attorney General.
But you knew that the residue, the residuals as you've called them, went into the custody of Mr. Secord and his Swiss bank accounts, didn't you?
I did know that they did go to the support of the Nicaraguan resistance and those other activities I have described at the time I talked to him, and that's what I tried to express.
No, that wasn't quite my question. My question was, you knew that the residuals had gone into accounts controlled by General Secord, not accounts controlled by the Contras.
That is correct.
And do you recall the Attorney General saying that they had gone directly from Israeli accounts into accounts controlled by the Contras?
I do not recall that specific wording, but I don't dispute that he said it. I'm sure if it's on the transcript, he did.
My question is, did he get that from you?
He may well have.
But you knew at the time that that was not true.
Well,
He didn't say that he got it from him. It's the second time. This is now the third time.
He said he may have, and my question is, you knew that it wasn't true. Whether he got it from you or not, it was not true.
Well, again, Mr. Niels, what I told the Attorney General that afternoon was the truth as I knew it. And that's what I always did. And that's what I'm doing now. The important thing is that I tried to reconstruct in an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever I was in the Attorney General's office, for him, answers to his questions that answered what he wanted to know. I'm sorry, I missed the question.
I don't think there is one. But I will ask you.
Well, I guess what I want to do is make sure that I'm clear on it. What I do recall, and it was important enough for me to then call Admiral Poindexter and try to get a hold of Mr. McFarland, who I think I eventually got through to also, is that I do recall telling the Attorney General the truth about the fact that there had been funds diverted, if that's the word you want, or the residuals from the transaction or from different transactions transferred to the use of the contras. I don't recall the specifics of what else I told him. I mean, that was, for me, the deepest, darkest secret of the whole activity. And I think I told the Attorney General that part, too, although I don't recall it specifically. But as far as the specifics of the rest of what I told him about whose accounts and things like that, I do not recall.
Were there any other people in the NSC that were aware of the use of the proceeds from the Iranian arms sales for the Contras?
I don't know. I may have apprised my staff. I don't recall whether I actually told Ms. Hall, or she certainly typed many memos on it. I think it's possible that I had talked to Lieutenant Colonel Earl about it. I don't believe I talked to Commander Coy about it, and I don't believe that Ms. Brown knew about it. I don't believe that Mr. McDaniel, who was the deputy to Admiral Poindexter, knew, nor do I believe that Mr. Keel or Dr. Keel knew until the very end.
Commander Thompson?
I don't know. I do not recall a discussion with Commander Thompson on that issue until the very end of my tenure.
Do you recall discussing this subject with anyone else other than the people that you've already mentioned today and yesterday?
I don't recall it, no.
Did you, going back to November 21st again, did you on November 21st meet with the Attorney General, either alone or with others?
1986. On November 21st?
Yes.
It is possible that that issue came up in a discussion that I had on the 21st of November with Mr. McFarland. Obviously also with Admiral Poindexter, both of whom I met with that day.
Did you meet with the Attorney General that day?
I don't have any recollection of it, and I don't see any record of it in anything that I have tried to refresh my memory with.
You seem to be looking at some pieces of paper. What are they?
Stuff I gave you, and the stuff I've assembled as work product with counsel since then. I mean, it's that you have
Don't
that.
tell me. Obviously, the witness anticipated you'd have a few questions, and he tried to review as many of his materials as possible, including the 6 feet of records which he provided.
I have no recollection of a meeting with the Attorney General on the 21st.
Do you have a recollection of telling Colonel Earl on the 21st that you had asked the Attorney General how much time you had?
No.
Do you recall telling Colonel Earl that you had asked the Attorney General if you had 24 or 48 hours?
No. I do not recall that at all. Although there was another issue that was at stake here, and an issue that we had, whether I actually communicated with the Attorney General on or not, I don't remember. But there was an investigation of an airline, and I know that we were trying to, we had asked the Attorney General to delay an investigation on that airline because that airline had not only provided support to the Nicaraguan resistance, that was the matter that they were being investigated for, and that airline had provided support to the transfer of U.S. weapons from the United States to Israel and then from Israel to Iran. And my concern was that in trying to answer the legitimate and I think straightforward answers that were being asked, or trying to answer the questions that were being asked about that airline's role in support for the resistance, that investigation was going to uncover that airline support for the transfers to Iran. And our concern, at least my concern, I don't want to speak to everyone's, but certainly my concern, certainly Director Casey's concern, and I believe Admiral Poindexter's concern, was that pursuing that investigation was going to disrupt ongoing efforts to achieve the release of another hostage, as well as potentially compromise the second channel and cause people to die. And so what we were anxious to do was to postpone that investigation, not interfere with it from a criminal investigation perspective, but to ensure that we had done all we could to, one, get people out of Iran if they needed to get out, and to ensure that any hostages we could get out were released. And that may be what I was referring to in terms of 24 to 48 hours. That was an ongoing action almost up to the time I departed. I do not recall talking to Colonel Earl about 24 hours left in the NSC or anything like that. I don't think that... I had told Admiral Poindexter several times, I think perhaps it started right after the Hassenfuss aircraft was shot down, and Captain Cooper and Buzz Sawyer were killed, two brave men who were supporting the resistance, that I knew things were coming down and that I was prepared to leave at any point. And I know I talked to Admiral Poindexter on the 21st and told him that I thought I had to leave right away. And I know that I'd said that several times before, but we were then at the point where I thought that it was important to diffuse the controversy, that I be relieved, that I be transferred. And I say that because I had made it clear to Mr. McFarland, I made it clear to Mr. Casey, and I made it very clear to Admiral Poindexter that I recognize that there would come a time when you may have to have a political, I emphasize the word political, fall guy or scapegoat or whatever. I never in my wildest dreams or nightmares envisioned that we would end up with criminal charges. It was beyond my wildest comprehension, right up until the 25th.
Did you, I take it you did meet on the 21st with Admiral Poindexter?
Yes.
And did he advise you that representatives from the Attorney General's office were going to be coming in over the weekend to look at documents?
Yes, he did.
Did you ask him how much time you had?
I may have. I don't recall saying that specifically. I think what he told me, if I remember properly, is that they would be in tomorrow. And that wasn't an issue of, whether they'd be in at 8 or whether they'd be in at 10, but they were there in the morning. In fact, they were there before I got there in the morning, if I remember correctly, on the morning, Saturday morning of the 22nd. And I had already laid out on my desk, not my desk, but on the table in my office, all of the files that were pertinent to the Iranian initiative, all the files that remained on the Iranian initiative.
Okay, so at the time of your conversation with Admiral Poindexter, you did not have 24 hours between the time of the conversation and the time the Attorney General's people were going to come in looking at documents.
I am uncertain at this point as to what time of day I talked to the Admiral about that, but I was told, at some point on Friday that they would be there the following day.
Did he purport, to the best of your recollection, to tell you anything that the Attorney General had said on that subject?
No, my recollection is that the issue was a fact-finding inquiry, I think that's the way it was put, regarding the September and November 85 shipments. And, I mean, that's what I recall. I mean, there may have been more to that conversation, but that's what I recall.
Did there come a time in November of 1986 or earlier in which the Attorney General advised you that you should get yourself a lawyer?
I don't recall him saying that to me. What I do recall is Director Casey telling me that, and I think maybe he said the Attorney General suggested it. And I'm not entirely certain of that, but I do remember Director Casey mentioning two specific reasons to get a lawyer. One was that he expected there to be a civil suit similar to the one that was already lodged in Florida against General Secord and others regarding the Nicaraguan resistance, and another one by associates of Mr. Furmark or others who were alleging that I was responsible, or that General Secord or both of us were responsible for the fact that Mr. Ghorbanifar had not paid them. There was another reason, and that was that the Congress had initiated a proposal, and I don't know what form that proposal took, but there was a proposal in '86 to convene an independent council to investigate, as I was told. I never recall seeing a piece of paper on this. I don't recall now seeing a piece of paper on it, but that there was a proposal from the Congress to the Attorney General to investigate me and my role in support for the Nicaraguan resistance. And that was through an independent council. And I think it was Director Casey that pointed that out to me. I don't recall the Attorney General recommending to me that I seek counsel. I do remember several occasions in which Director Casey urged that I seek counsel. By the way, at no time did he ever say for criminal activity. I mean, he specifically mentioned a civil suit. I mean, after all, he reminded me frequently that he was a lawyer, and by his definition and others, a good one.
Did you, after you learned that the Attorney General's people were going to come in on Saturday, tell Mr. McFarland that you were going to have a shredding party?
No, I don't recall ever using the words shredding party. I may have told Mr. McFarland, as I know I told Admiral Poindexter, albeit erroneously, that I had destroyed the records pertaining to the use of Iranian funds to support the Nicaraguan resistance. I may have told him that point blank. I don't recall the specific conversation. I also don't recall, I mean, it's just not my vernacular to use the word shredding party. Not the way I talk.
Did you, in words or substance, tell Mr. McFarland that you were planning to shred documents on Friday, the 21st of November?
Again, I think if I did refer to this with Mr. McFarland, and I don't recall the conversation, but if I did, I probably would have said the same thing that I had already assured Admiral Poindexter earlier in the day, or perhaps at some point in the day, maybe it was later, that don't worry about that, it's already taken care of. Those documents are gone. I was wrong. There was one left. And I had believed at that point in time that they were all gone.
I'm going to turn back to the subject that we were on yesterday afternoon namely the Contras. I think that you had testified yesterday about the efforts to raise monies for the Contras after the Boland Amendment had come into effect. Did you also endeavor to procure arms for the Contras?
Yes.
And did you receive, for example, lists of arms from Mr. Calero?
Yes.
And I take it you contacted General Secord and asked him whether he would be willing to endeavor to purchase the arms and sell them to the Contras?
And others. I mean, I contacted a number of people, to include General Singlov and others.
And I take it you made, in some instances, specific efforts to obtain particular kinds of arms, such as blowpipe missiles, for example.
Yes, I did.
And I take it that, I think you've already testified to this, that you, on one occasion, interceded with Country 4.
You have to allow me to...
to, to facilitate a delivery of arms to the Contras.
That's correct.
And I take
Among
it,
others, I'm willing to...
among other countries with whom you interceded in a similar way, I take it is what
Exactly.
you're saying. And indeed, I think that you've probably seen a document in which you endeavored to reward a Central American country that had provided end-user certificates.
That's correct.
And I take it that these...
I didn't see the document, I wrote it. I'll stand up and take that.
And I take it you had communications with officials of that country in advance of writing that document.
That's correct.
And you told them that you were going to try to get them some help as a way of rewarding them for the help they'd given to the Contras.
Let me be very specific about that. I do not recall ever telling any country or representative of any country that if they did this, that we would do that. What is very important, and I tried to articulate this yesterday, is that others in other countries and other Americans very clearly saw that help to the Nicaraguan resistance was in the best interest of those countries and was in the best interest of the United States of America. And those other countries, in almost every case, without even any prodding, stepped up and wanted to help. And so when I met with somebody, it didn't take a great deal of pushing. What I'm saying to you, Counsel, is that there was a very clear recognition, particularly in Central America, that there was a disaster at hand, that they saw, in the words of one head of state, that they were in the mouth of the lion. And I have given you notes of my meetings with a number of heads of state. Quite honestly, Counsel, I don't understand why I had to give you those notes. I would have thought under normal circumstances that they would have been accorded what we used to call executive privilege. Those were meetings I had with heads of state and representatives of other countries in the conduct of the foreign policy of the United States of America. And I honestly believe to this day, sir, that those ought not to be handed out and bandied about, that they were private communications, as I was authorized to make by a representative of our executive branch in discussions with those people who represented their governments. And when the head of state of that country said to me, "You must understand, Colonel, that we are in the mouth of the lion, and you, Americans, hold the lion's tail," that what he was talking about was the fact that they could be devoured by what was going on inside Nicaragua. They saw the Leninist totalitarian regime in Managua as a disastrous threat to their own safety, the security of their people, and the opportunity for economic development. And I didn't have to push these people. All I had to do was nod and say we would be grateful, and indeed I believe we should be. And so when I met with the representatives of any one of those countries on that list for that purpose, it didn't take prodding. All it took was saying we would be grateful, and indeed I think we ought to be.
I think the question was, I take it that you sought to reward this country for the help that it had given in getting arms to the Contras.
I sought in the memorandum that I prepared to acknowledge what they had done. I also sought to point out in that memorandum that that country, which we don't have listed as a number here, but that that particular country was suffering from a guerrilla war sponsored by the Soviet Union and Cuba and Nicaragua, and that they were in desperate straits and they needed help. They needed economic help and they needed security assistance. And the memorandum that I attached also indicated that they had provided assistance to the Nicaraguan resistance in the form of end-user certificates. But I never told the representatives of that country that if they gave us those, we would get something else to them. That's an important factor. I didn't make promises based on a quid pro quo.
Well, I'd like you to turn in that case to Exhibit 145. It's in Book 6. Do you have that in front of you?
I have Exhibit 140, did you say 5 or 6?
145.
Right?
You have that in front of you?
I do.
And that's a document, memorandum from you to Mr. McFarland,
It is.
and it deals with this Central American country, and it's titled Aid to the Nicaraguan Resistance.
That's correct.
And it recommends that the National Security Advisor, Mr. McFarland, send a letter to the Secretaries of State and Defense, among others.
Yes, that's correct.
And the letter itself is a suggestion of providing some assistance to the Central American country.
That is correct.
And in your memo, you say, at the end of the memo on page 2, once we have approval for at least some of what they have asked for, we can ensure that the right people in that country understand that we are able to provide results from their cooperation on the resistance issue. Now, you wrote that. Was that your intention?
That was one of my intentions. But it
To-
is very clear from the attached memo what the real problem is there, too. And the attached memo talks about, in recent weeks, there appears to have been an increase in guerrilla attacks and subversion in that country.
And indeed, you indicate in the memo at page 1 that the real purpose of your memo is to find a way by which we can compensate the Central American country for the extraordinary assistance they are providing to the Nicaraguan freedom fighters. And you also recommend that the letter that goes to the Secretaries of Defense and State, and this is on page 2, not refer to the arrangements which have been made for supporting the resistance.
That is correct. I don't deny a single word that's in there.
So,
But what I'm saying to you, and the point I was trying to make, is I did not tell the representatives of that country blanked out there that if they did this, then we would do that. Never did I do that.
but you wanted this done for the purpose expressed at the end of page 2, which is so that you can ensure that the right people in the Central American country understand that we are able to provide results from their cooperation on the resistance issue.
I do not deny that.
But you didn't want the Secretaries of Defense and State, who were being asked to provide these results, to know why they were doing it.
Let me be more specific than that. I did not want the memo that you see at tab I, which is sent to the Honorable George P. Schultz, Caspar Weinberger, William Casey, and General Vesey, which would be reviewed by hundreds of people en route to their offices, to have that reference in it. And as I said yesterday, Counsel, it was fairly well known, certainly to those men, although they may all deny it, what I was doing. There came a time when the man at the top of that list, at the occasion of the retirement of Ambassador Robert Oakley, took me aside just weeks before I was summarily fired, put his arm around my shoulder, and told me what a remarkable job I had done keeping the Nicaraguan resistance alive. There is no doubt that they knew what I was doing. And yet I didn't think it was necessary that the hundreds of staffers who would see that memo on the way to their front offices had a clear recognition for what I was doing. I didn't seek the credit, and I didn't want the blame. I was simply willing to take the fall if somebody needed a political scapegoat. That's what I was willing to do.
I take it one of the other things which you did was to organize a resupply operation in Nicaragua, for Nicaragua.
I helped do that.
And
Yes.
indeed, you asked General Secord if he would be willing to run it himself, did you not?
That is correct.
And you also asked Ambassador Tams to help open a southern front.
That is correct.
And you also asked him to help out on the resupply operation.
I don't know that I asked him to specifically help on the resupply operation. I did ask for his help and received it in trying to obtain the use by virtue of a lease or a planned sale of real estate in that country for the purposes of building an airfield that would be used for supporting the Nicaraguan resistance, yes.
And I take it that one of the purposes for the airstrip was as an emergency landing place for the resupply operation.
And a place to fly in small planes in and out of, yes.
And just so we're clear, I take it a resupply operation involves the flying of goods, including arms, inside Nicaragua and dropping them to contras that were stationed there and needed to be resupplied.
You said it.
And I take it that you asked others to help out in obtaining this airstrip. There's a Mr. Haskell who has been referred to in some of your documents as Mr. Olmsted, who I take it you knew and asked to help out in obtaining the property and developing it.
I did. And I'm pleased to note that he helped.
And I take it that, among other things, you interceded with third countries in an effort to obtain airplanes.
Yes. And other things, as we already know.
And I take it this resupply operation eventually got started and was operational sometime in 1986.
I don't want to get pinned down to an exact date when it got going, but it did get going.
And you obtained certain secure communication devices, KL-43s,
Yes, I did.
and distributed them to members of the resupply operation.
And others, that's correct. American citizens.
And I take it you utilized these, and so did they, to communicate with respect to the air resupply operation.
And other matters. I would point out, for the benefit of the committee, that Director Casey had on several occasions indicated to me how vulnerable our communications were to intercept from the Soviet signals intelligence site at Lourdes, Cuba, and that his suspicion was that our communications were being read altogether too frequently, and that I should seek some type of communication support, which I did. The KL-43s were used for that purpose, and others.
And you sent and received messages relating to the resupply operation on that KL-43.
Many.
And I take it that the messages that were sent to you were in many instances typed up by your secretary,
Yes,
and I take it they were among the documents which were shredded.
among the documents, yes. Apparently I didn't shred all of them, however.
And among other things, you directed those who were operating the resupply operation down in Central America with respect to when they should make drops, how they should make them, where they should make them, and so on?
I don't think that directed is the right term, and I'm not trying to back away from any of the things that I did, but it is hard to direct a war from a desk in Washington. And I wasn't trying to direct a war from a desk in Washington. I provided as much support for those activities as I was physically able. I went down frequently to coordinate with people in the region, and I would receive and try to coordinate those activities based on information that I received from a multiple of sources. And so directing, I don't think, is quite the right phrase to use.
But you did from time to time give instructions about where items should be dropped,
Oh, yes.
when they should drop, how they should be dropped.
Well, again, I mean, they're going to be dropped by parachute no matter what, but I would have a communications in that would indicate that we needed a unit in a certain place, needed a certain number of items, and I would pick up the phone in the KL-43 and ask those guys to see if they could do that. Sometimes they could, sometimes they couldn't. When you say directing, I don't think that I ever sent out, I direct you to do the following at such and such a time.
Why don't we just turn to Exhibit 88? I believe that's in Book 4. Do you have that in front of you?
I have Exhibit 88. Begins with the unit.
Yes. And up at the top it says FM Good, G-O-O-D-E.
Yes.
I take it you are good.
I was very good.
And this is a message that was from you, I take it.
It was.
And it discusses, does it not, a proposed drop of weapons?
Yes.
Indeed, in the first paragraph it says the unit to which we wanted to drop in the southern quadrant of Nicaragua is in desperate need of ordnance supply. And then you discuss various plans. In one sentence it reads, have therefore developed an alternative plan which, and the code name of the chief of the Central American Task Force is blanked out,
On my copy it is not, but I understand.
has been briefed on and in which he concurs. Then down below, you say, on any night between Wednesday, April 9th, and Friday, April 11th, these supplies should be dropped by the C-23 in the vicinity of, and there are coordinates which are blanked out.
Not on mine, but I know the place well.
The aircraft should penetrate Nicaragua across the Atlantic coast, south of,
Yes.
and there's another word blanked out.
Not on mine, but I know it.
Call signs, frequency and zone marking, light diagram to be provided to Ralph at, and another place is blanked out.
Not on mine, but
By the new UNO, Sir Operator, we are taken care of.
right.
Hope we can make this happen the right way this time. If we are ever going to take the pressure off the northern front, we have got to get this drop in quickly. And then you say, please make sure that this is retransmitted via this channel to, there's a blank, Ralph, Sat, and Steele. Owen already briefed and prepared to go with the L-100 out of, another place is blanked out, if this will help. Again, I take it this message was sent by you, and I take it this was not atypical of other messages that you sent dealing with the same kinds of issues.
That is correct.
By the way, this a document was obtained from Mr. Secord, and it is marked top secret. Now, is it normal for a purely private operation to have its documents classified?
Private companies all over the United States of America who do business with or for the government of the United States have classified documents probably at a much higher level than even that in terms of compartments. I would also point out that the KL-43 device, if I recall correctly, and I haven't used one in 7 months, but I used it a lot when I had one, automatically put, I think, a code on the transmission. In any event, I see nothing unusual with that.
And I take it that you would agree with the proposition that this resupply operation was doing business with or for the United States?
They were certainly doing it to benefit the foreign policy of the United States of America. I will certainly agree with that.
And was it in furtherance of a covert operation being run by the National Security Council?
It was in furtherance of the foreign policy of the President of the United States to support the Nicaraguan freedom fighters.
Was it?
An activity that I was coordinating, that I wrote policy papers on, and on which I carefully kept my superiors apprised of what I was doing.
And I take it, among other things that you did, was direct monies to various Contra leaders and other persons in Central America.
I did, as I testified this morning.
And some of those were carried down by Mr. Owen,
Yes, they were.
and some of them were taken there by General Secord or people working under his direction.
Yes, and others.
And I take it that Mr. Owen did a number of things in furtherance of the support of the Contras.
Yes, he did. Thank God.
Indeed, you had a name for him. I take it was the Courier.
I don't recall giving him that name, but I do recall that his documents would come in marked TC.
And that stood for the Courier.
Yes.
And as you've already said, he would carry money down from your office to various Contra leaders.
Yes.
And he scouted the airstrip.
I guess he did, yes. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, I guess that was prior to Olmsted.
And he would bring you a list of weapons from the Contras that they wanted.
That's right, among other things.
And he carried intelligence from you down to the Contras for particular operations.
That's correct.
Indeed, I think he testified before this committee that he was, in his words, your eyes and ears in the Contra movement.
I don't recall his testimony, but I won't dispute the description.
And I take it that you contacted I take it you contacted other people for the purpose of having them do or talk to the Contras about doing special operations.
I did. Among other things, yes. And I keep saying among other things because I don't want you to leave this room and think that that's all we did. And what you just described was a lot. And it kept us up for many long, sleepless days and nights and away from home for many days at a time, a lot of nights. We also worked very hard to unify this resistance movement. And I would point out, without taking undue credit or having undue credit given to those with whom we worked, that this is the only anti-communist resistance movement that ever unified. We haven't succeeded in doing that in Afghanistan. We didn't succeed in doing that in Angola or Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, or other places where resistance movements have grown up to fight communism. It happened here. It happened here because I think there were so many people working so hard for a unified purpose. And that was a lot of what we did. We also delivered food and clothing and medical supplies and provided prosthetic limbs for people with their arms and hands blown off and their legs, and tried to look after the families of those people who had been killed or badly wounded and were no longer productive wage earners. And so there was a lot done. In a word, Director Casey said it was a full-service covert operation. And I'm not too sure that's a bad description. There was a lot of people who cared. And I say we cared because a lot of us, like Rob Owen and General Secord and Bill Haskell and myself, came to know the young campesino who was fighting this war. These are young men and women who gave up everything they had, and they fled a totalitarian communist regime. And they fled to another country because they could no longer live within the one that they'd been born in. And they took up arms. I didn't create the Nicaraguan Contra or the Nicaraguan freedom fighter, and the CIA didn't create it. The Sandinistas created it. And we all cared enough to do all of those things, not just the way you have left it, sending guns, sending guns, sending guns. It was all of that, Counsel, as best we were able.
And I take it one of the ways you got the leaders to unify was to send substantial amounts of cash down to them.
People who are going to give up their lives and their livelihoods to join a resistance movement need to feed their families. And so when it became necessary to help them eat and put a roof over the heads of their families to join a political and military opposition to the communist regime in Managua, we sent money, yes.
And in one case, you sent a total of $225,000 to one leader.
I give up who?
Where we have been avoiding mentioning particular names, but there is a particular leader who was sent $225,000 over approximately a year-and-a-half period out of the Swiss bank accounts under General Secord's control.
May I suggest that if you want accurate testimony here, that you provide the Colonel with the name on a piece of paper, and let's see if he has a response to it. Thank you, sir.
While you're looking for the piece of paper, the amount may be $225,000. It might well be higher. But I don't think the committee ought to be left with the impression that he was bribed or she was bribed into joining this movement. These are people who felt deeply, perhaps even more so than I, because it was their country. And I don't know that anybody was ever bribed to join the Nicaraguan resistance, no matter who the person is or how much he got. I think that they fought as best they were able, and they used the monies that I provided for them to support the cause that they believed in. In particular, that man, who after all, had been a part of the movement to throw out Somoza. And that's important for you to understand. This man joined up with what he had hoped to be a democratic opposition. And he had the revolution that he worked for stolen from him. And yes, I sent money to that man. And I know, because I saw the product of it, that he helped form a Southern Front with that money. And if it helped him to live and to feed his family, good. And there's nothing wrong with that, Counsel. Nothing.
I'd like to ask you some questions now about who in the U.S. government was aware of this full-service operation.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to ask you a few questions now about who in the U.S. government was aware of this full-service operation. Was Mr. Abrams at the State Department?
Well, I certainly believed he was.
Well, did you ever talk to him about it?
Yes.
Now, what aspects of it did you discuss with him?
Well, let me describe a situation. You're in a meeting with the people who are in the business of formulating American policy and trying to coordinate what activities we can in the region. And the meeting goes, we desperately have got to do something about X, Y, or Z. Ali? Now, as I just indicated to you a few moments ago, when Secretary Shultz took me aside at Ambassador Bob Oakley's retirement, I knew what he meant. He didn't have to say, you did a great job on the L-100 resupply on the night of 9th of April. He knew in sufficiently eloquent terms what I had done. And as I said to you, Counsel, I didn't walk around bragging. I didn't walk around saying, hey, look at me. I sought to avoid that. I did not seek the credit, and I didn't want the blame. I'm willing to accept the blame for what I did. And I've told you a good bit of that here, and some of it has not been easy. I honestly believe that there were many, many people within the executive branch who had a grasp, if not in specific detail, that in sufficient detail, that they knew who to turn to when they wanted something done. And so when the airplane, being flown by Captain Bill Cooper and co-piloted by Buzz Sawyer, two of the braver people I've ever met on this planet, was shot down out of the skies over Nicaragua by a surface-to-air missile, I was the person who was called to raise the money to pay for the consular services to retrieve their bodies.
Who called you?
Mr. Abrams.
I'd like
Why
you to
would
turn
he
to
have
Exhibit
turned to
94.
me if he didn't know I was doing it?
Turn to Exhibit 94. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And is that a note that you took on your spiral notepads of a conversation with Mr. Abrams on the 25th of April, 1986?
It appears to be.
And is that of a meeting with Mr. Abrams?
Well, it says meeting with Elliot, and that's the only Elliot that I can recall. Although
And that-
I take that back. I do know other Elliots, but I'm sure that given the subject matter, that's what it pertains to.
And one of the things that's written there is, well, there are a number of items written under it. I take it those are matters that you discussed with Mr. Abrams at the meeting.
I see the notation, Counsel. I do not recall that. What year is this? Must be 86 if it's
86.
Ambassador Abrams. And it says, I don't even know what the first note means at this point. Supplies for Southern Front, that's the second item, air base open and blank, aircraft for blank, and 100 blowpipes. BPs. That's not the gas station.
Did you discuss those subjects with Mr. Abrams at that meeting, to the best of your recollection?
I do not have any recollection of that meeting, but I do not deny that I discussed those at various points in times with Mr. Abrams and others.
I take it there came a time when you gave Mr. Abrams the identity of a bank account in Switzerland,
Yes,
which was the Lake Resources account.
it was.
And would you describe the circumstances under which you gave him that account?
Well, honestly, without being able to refresh my memory, all I remember is that at some point in time, I gave him a sheet of paper or a card or whatever with the account number on. And I knew at the time that he was going to, either he or someone from the Department of State was going to talk to a representative from, what country are we calling them? I guess they get to be called by their own name. A representative from Brunei. I cannot recall exactly when that was. It must have been sometime in 1986.
Did you tell him anything about the account?
I told him that it was an account in which he could determine what he wanted done with the monies in that account. That it would be under U.S. rather than foreign control.
When you say foreign, do you mean U.S. as opposed to Nicaraguan?
U.S. as opposed to any other. In other words, it wouldn't have to be in a U.S. person would have control over the account. That it wouldn't be a foreigner of some other banking company or some other country or whatever. That's what I recall.
Did you tell him that it was a pre-existing account, one that you were already using for the Contras?
I don't recall whether I told him that or not.
The only thing you recall about your conversation was that you told him it was an account under the control of a U.S. person.
Yeah, unless you can refresh my memory better, that's all I remember.
Any other people in the State Department who were aware of your full-service operation?
I don't know specific. You asked me what did Ambassador Abrams know? Okay, he knew enough to turn to me for those things. He knew enough that he and I could talk about these issues. And I don't see anything wrong with him knowing that. Unless I'm overly naive, it was appropriate for the Assistant Secretary for Latin American Affairs to be aware of what was going on. These were matters that affected the policy down there. If the Nicaraguan resistance wasn't going to survive, he was going to have a first-class disaster on his hands.
Let me sharpen my question. With whom else in the State Department, if anyone, did you discuss all or part of your full-service operation?
Well, let's see. One other person I can recall specifically is Mr. John Miller, who at the time worked in the, can't recall the initials of the office, but it was the Office of Public Diplomacy, and he was aware of it, at least part of it.
Which part?
The public diplomacy aspect of it and the effort to reach out and make contact with resistance leadership, the resistance leadership in a unity effort. He was certainly aware of that.
Any others at State Department?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head. Maybe we flipped another page where I got someone else's name on it.
How about the CIA, and let's proceed using titles?
Well, I think that the level of knowledge that Mr. Abrams had was certainly shared among people who were engaged in the Central American Task Force. I mean, I want to go back once again to intelligence. And I guess maybe I'd like to expand it out. I'm not trying to drag in a whole bunch of people in the Ollie North dragnet here, but the National Intelligence Daily that is published every single day by the CIA, except I think Sunday, is provided to the intelligence committees up here. And there was ample indication, frequently, that there was resupply going on from 1984 through 1986. And so there were a lot of people who knew that something was happening. Now, I don't know if the intelligence that was being seen by the CIA actually had my name in it, aside from those issues that Director Casey brought up with me directly. But surely there were times when people pointed out to me that, oh, by the way, is that ship leaving country X headed for country Y? And I'd say yes. And they knew enough to call me about that. So Director Casey had specific and detailed knowledge because I briefed him frequently in detail. Below his level, I would guess the knowledge got thinner as further down the ladder you went until you got to the Central American Task Force. And within the Central American Task Force, there were people who had much more specific knowledge than in the intervening layers.
And did you ever discuss with the chief of the Central American Task Force the specifics of your role in the Contra resupply operation?
Yes.
How frequently?
As necessary.
I take it more than once.
Yes.
Is it more like once a week?
I don't know. I would guess that there were occasions that were perhaps weekly. It wasn't necessary to do it weekly, so much as it was just to get a feel for how things were moving.
Now, I'd like you to turn to a document which has been marked Exhibit 98A. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And I'd like you to turn to the second page of it, and I don't want you to read anything from it. My first question is whether that is the list of items that you referred to in your testimony yesterday.
No, but that is certainly a list. The one I was referring to yesterday was at some later point with greater specificity. But it's the same type of thing.
And this one does, I take it, record items discussed at a meeting with the Chief of the Central American Task Force.
If you're talking about page 1, it's a telephone call, apparently. Are we talking about the 6 August 1000 entry?
No,
I'm sorry.
98A.
Oh, excuse me. That's the list.
And I take it that records subjects discussed at a meeting with, among other people, the Chief of the Central American Task Force.
That is correct.
And I take it on the second page, there is a list of items that you discussed, including payments to various Contra leaders, and then air ops at the bottom.
That's correct.
And air ops, what does that refer to?
Aircraft resupply, parachuting supplies and flying them into Nicaragua to support the Nicaraguan resistance.
This is the resupply operation which was being run by General Secord.
And by the resistance itself, yes.
How about the Vice President? Was he aware of your role in the Contra resupply operation?
If he was, I didn't tell him.
How about people in his office?
Well, I don't know what, the only other person I ever talked to in his office at any rate of frequency was Mr. Don Gregg, and I don't know what he knew. He had much more frequent contact with another person who was down there.
Would you turn to Exhibit 99? Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
It's dated 10/5/86. I take it that's immediately after the shoot-down of the Hasselfuss plane?
I have to have my memory refreshed because I was overseas at the time, I think.
It's October 5th, 1986.
Well, again, I think I was overseas at the time.
There is a reference in Exhibit 99, which is on Office of the Vice President stationery. C-123 equals Ollie.
I don't know what they call the C-123. I've never seen this document before in my life, Mr. Niels.
Did you ever discuss your resupply operation with Mr. Gregg or Mr. Watson in the Office of the Vice President?
I do not recall talking to Mr. Watson. I do recall talking to Mr. Gregg. I believe it was in terms of concern about Mr. Rodriguez. I don't recall going into any great detail with Mr. Gregg about it. It just may have slipped my mind. Obviously, somebody knew something while I was traveling around in Europe.
How about the Department of Defense, Southern Command? Were there people there with whom you discussed your role in the resupply operation?
Well, again, I don't think I made clear my role to people much below the level of Admiral Moreau, who had a detailed knowledge of it until he departed for another assignment in Europe. I know that several of the people who worked for him and his staff had some knowledge of what I was doing. There were occasionally people who I would see when I was traveling who were military officers when I would travel to Central America, who were American military officers. The ambassadors of those countries saw me. And on occasion, I'm not saying they saw me every time or that I specifically sought them out on every trip, but they did see me.
How about General Gorman?
I think General Gorman had a general idea of what I was doing. General Gorman had been the predecessor to Admiral Moreau at the Pentagon. I visited with him frequently, but I don't recall with these people sitting down and saying, oh, by the way, over the next 30 days, here's what Ollie North plans to do. What is more likely that I did is I sat down and I said, you know, over the course of the next 6 months, do these sound like good ideas for the Nicaraguan resistance? And what's your advice on how they should carry those things out? And so what I'm saying to you is that by inference, these people came to know what my role was in supporting the democratic opposition in Nicaragua, both military as well as political, and in trying to engender support for it from countries in the region as well as in Europe.
Would you turn to Exhibit 102? Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And are those your notes of a conversation with General Gorman on the 19th of February, 1985?
They certainly appear to be. That is my writing or copy of it.
Now it says there, or you've written there, told him,
No.
told,
FR told his priority should be FDN. Told him in delicate stage of transition from blank run-op to blank run-op with LERPs and PROW. And I can't read beyond that because it's all scratched out.
well, you put in some blanks. You said blank in 2 places. There's nothing classified about either of those words. One of them is CIA.
Whoa.
One of them is CIA, and the other is Southern Command. Delicate stage of transition from CIA run op to Southern Command run op.
Right. That's referring to the country in which FR was living, and I thought that that was a classified program. It has nothing to do with the Nicaraguan resistance. The Nicaraguan only entry regarding the Nicaraguan resistance is the letters FDN. And what General Gorman was trying to do was to get FR away from those 2 items on the bottom,
So the
which
next
were
item,
an approved activity. I thought they were classified in support of military operations in that country.
so that-
Authorized, appropriated monies being used for it. And what he was trying to do was get FR the heck away from those 2 activities. And I don't blame him for that because he saw a problem there, and I happen to agree with him. He's, after all, a 4-star general, and what he was trying to do is to have me back him up because that's what he was trying to accomplish.
was the President of the United States aware of the fact that you were running a resupply operation in Nicaragua?
Again, I have absolutely no idea of what the President's knowledge specifically about what I was doing. I made every effort to keep my superiors fully apprised as to what I was doing and the effect that it was having in the region. And you have tons of documents taken from me, some of which I personally surrendered to you and you alone, and others that were taken from my files that make that abundantly clear. I don't know to this day what the President knew I personally was doing. I hope to God that people were keeping him apprised as to the effect of it, because if we hadn't done it, there wouldn't have been a Nicaraguan resistance around when the Congress got around to putting up $100 million for it. Sir.
Did you obtain from Mr. Dutton a book of photographs?
From who? Oh, yes, I did.
And did you tell him that you were wanted that book of, and this was, I take it, a book of photographs of various aspects of the resupply operation?
That's correct.
Planes?
And other things, too. I don't recall specifically what was in the book but that is correct.
And did you tell him that you wanted that book so that you would have something to show the President about the good work that they were doing?
I'm not sure that I put it that way. I want to get away from this. Ollie North wanted to get the credit stuff, because I didn't. I think what I wanted to do was to, if I said something to that effect, I think the President ought to see this. And I think I made an effort to send it up to the President through the National Security Advisor. And I don't know whether it ever got to the President or not, but if the book is still around, somebody ought to send it to him. Because the President ought to be aware of what a handful of people did to keep the Nicaraguan resistance alive at a time when nobody in this Congress seemed to care. And it's important that the President know that good men gave inordinate amounts of time, and some gave their lives to support that activity. And some of them have been brutally treated by what has come about in these two parallel investigations. Brutally treated.
How did you go about making efforts?
Yes.
How did you go about making efforts?
I would like to correct something I just said, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize to those who did care, because there were many members of this body who cared a lot. And eventually a majority cared again and chose to appropriate $100 million to support that resistance. And I apologize to those of you who have backed them all the way. And I pray to God you will not stop because of what I have done or what I have failed to do. I desperately believe that if nothing else comes of these hearings, that you will have sufficient reason to vote again to appropriate monies to that cause. And I ask your apologies for overstating what I just did.
On that point, may we take a 10-minute recess?
activity abroad requires a finding by the President to support it, aren't you?
I am aware that covert actions undertaken by the CIA do indeed require a finding. I am not aware, as you have just indicated, that, quote, all covert actions require a finding.
Well, there's an executive order that's been entered as an exhibit in these hearings that requires all covert operations to be supported by a finding notified to Congress, and it also requires, it's Executive Order 12333, and it also requires a specific determination by the President before any agency other than the CIA may conduct a covert operation. Are you aware of any finding that supported your operation or any specific determination by the President that the NSC should conduct it?
No.
And I should state for the record that at page 324 of the Tower Board report, the following is stated: the President told the Board on January 26, 1987, that he did not know that the NSC staff was engaged in helping the Contras. Is the NSC itself authorized to conduct covert operations abroad?
I have found nothing that, in my experience as a National Security Council staff member, that indicates that it is not.
Well, then, I take it you are conducting an intelligence operation abroad, and I take it then it would be your testimony that the NSC is an agency engaged in intelligence activities.
I don't.
Record should reflect that the answer was interrupted by counsel.
Counsel, would you please repeat the question?
I take it that during the time when you were supporting, conducting a full-service covert operation in support of the Contras, the NSC was an agency involved in intelligence activities.
I'm still uncertain as to how to answer your question. I was on the NSC staff coordinating the activities of a non-outside USG group of people. On occasion, I had contact with people inside the U.S. government. I kept my superiors fully apprised as to what they were doing. Director Casey was intimately aware of the activities. On one occasion, in the case of this broader operation supporting a subsidiary activity, for example, the DEA officers who assisted in a hostage recovery operation, we went specifically to the head of the DEA, and if I recall correctly, the Attorney General, and sought his permission. And I did not see at that point in time, nor do I see now the need for a finding, specifically that you'd have to have a written finding. And I'm quite sure that if we had seen that you needed a finding, we'd have done one.
That would have required a determination by the President. Is that correct?
Well, I don't have before me the executive order or the requirements for a finding, but I believe it would have, yes.
Findings are signed by the President.
Presidential findings are signed by the President.
And there was no such finding covering your full-service covert operation that you've been testifying about for the last half of the afternoon.
Well, I've only been testifying because you've been asking me the questions, Mr. Nils, and what I'm saying is that I told you what we did, and you've defined them as certain things. I'm not necessarily saying that that meant that we were doing this, that, or the other thing requiring some other written document. In fact, I'm not even certain that a presidential finding needs to be on paper.
You were aware that there was a law of Congress, passed by Congress, a statute of the United States, in effect at that time, which prohibited the use of funds available to any agency involved in intelligence activities to support militarily or paramilitarily the Contras.
I'm not sure that I understood the way the Boland Amendment or Boland proscriptions of October 1984 read exactly the way you just said, but what I am certain is that we, Director Casey, other lawyers, looked at that and said that the NSC staff was not proscribed from doing those activities.
In fact, you had an opinion drafted by a lawyer for within Congress in your files saying exactly the opposite, didn't you?
I may have. I had a lot of files. I don't
Turn to
remember
Exhibit
them all.
106. It's in book number 5. You have that in front of you?
I have Exhibit 105.
Do you have that in front of you?
5 or 6?
106. Do you have that in front of you?
I have the exhibit in front of me.
And the cover sheet is from Vince to Ollie,
Yes.
and it says on the chance Steve didn't give you a copy, attached is for your use. And the attached is a memorandum dated August 8th, 1985, on House of Representatives stationery from a lawyer employed by the House of Representatives, and 2/3 of the way down the page it says NSC is clearly a U.S. entity involved in intelligence activities subject to the Section 8066A prohibition. 8066A is the Boland Amendment, which prohibits, and it's quoted right above, funds available to the CIA, the Department of Defense, or any other agency or entity of the United States involved in intelligence activities to be obligated or expended to provide military support for the Contras. And I take it this document was in your files as of on or about August 8th, 1985.
Well, I will believe that you found, if you tell me this was found in my files, I believe you. I don't recall the document. I'm not saying I didn't receive it. I don't know when I received it. And I will tell you that I had other people who suggested, in fact, it was suggested regularly in our media, that anything like this was contrary to law. But I will also tell you we also had opinions that said that we were fully legitimate. We had one of those from the Intelligence Oversight Board. I had the Director Casey and I, who started talking about this in 1983, and then carried it on until I left the NSC, reminded me frequently that he was a lawyer, and others would remind me that he was a good one, and that it was clearly my understanding that what I was doing was legal.
The opinion that you made reference to, the one from the Intelligence Oversight Board, had the top cut off of it in your file so that you couldn't tell who wrote it. Can you explain why that occurred?
No?
I take it you were aware, however, that in the summer of 1985, there were a number of press reports that raised questions about whether you were engaged in activities which violated this law, the Boland Amendment.
Yes, and I think what it focused on is that somewhere along the line, there was someone who made the assumption that we in the NSC were spending part of the NSC budget to support the Nicaraguan resistance. And we didn't. And my understanding of, and I have not read Boland and the Boland amendments in some time, but my understanding then was that what we could not do is take and expend funds which had been made available to the CIA and the DOD, etc., for the purposes of providing direct or indirect support for military and paramilitary operations in Nicaragua. Now, that's a memory that's over 7 months old, but I think that was what the intent was. That's certainly the way we pursued it. And we made every effort not to expend U.S. government funds to support the Nicaraguan resistance. And thus, when Director Casey suggested setting up outside entities, and he gave me the name of General Secord as a person who could help do it, we did it as an effort to comply with the Boland proscriptions.
And following these newspaper articles, there were various inquiries by committees of Congress.
That is correct.
And one of them was by the House Committee on Intelligence. That's a question. Do you know the answer to it?
I do not recall the specific inquiry to which you are referring, sir.
Well, I will ask you to turn to Exhibit 114. It's a letter from Chairman Hamilton of the House Intelligence Committee referring to recent press accounts of alleged activities by National Security Council, and it asks for a description of those activities. And if you will turn to Exhibit 118, my question is going to be, is that the reply that was sent back to Chairman Hamilton?
I'm sorry, which one was the incoming? Exhibit number?
114, and the reply is Exhibit 118.
All right.
Now, the incoming, as you put it, was to Mr. McFarland, and the reply is signed by Mr. McFarland, but you were aware of that inquiry at the time, were you not?
I believe I was.
And indeed, you were consulted about drafting an answer to it.
I'm sure that I was.
And indeed, you helped draft it.
Yes.
And the reply, again answering questions about whether activities of the NSC staff violated the law, states in the middle of the first paragraph, and it's dated September 1985, like you, I take such charges very seriously. Did you also take those charges seriously?
Were you reading, Counsel?
Middle of the first paragraph.
Can I just back up for 1 second? I acknowledge that that's what it says in that letter.
My question was whether you also took those charges seriously.
I take all charges seriously, particularly the ones that are pending, as counsel has indicated, by an independent counsel running an extraordinary, unbridled, enormous investigation. And I am the only person on the entire planet Earth named in his appointment order. And I am up here trying to answer your questions at great jeopardy to that investigation. And I think that ought to be a consideration as you weigh whether or not I'm going to be up here next week again, counsel.
And the letter goes on, and consequently have thoroughly examined the facts and all matters which in any remote fashion could bear on these charges. And I take it part of the examination that Mr. McFarland did was to talk with you.
Yes.
And then he states, I can state with deep personal conviction that at no time did I or any member of the National Security Council staff violate the letter or the spirit of the law. Then in the middle of the bottom paragraph on the first page, it states, in the fall of last year with the enactment of the Boland Amendment, it was apparent that the freedom fighters were demoralized at the prospect of an end to U.S. support for their cause. And the next sentence says, while we acknowledged to them that we could no longer contribute directly or indirectly to the paramilitary prosecution of their resistance, we stated we could continue to seek congressional support and so on. Did you acknowledge to the Contras that you could no longer contribute directly or indirectly to the paramilitary or military prosecution of their resistance?
I made it very clear that appropriated monies of the United States of America would be temporarily withheld until the President could go back, as he said in public speeches, time after time after time. And he did so until the Congress appropriated the monies.
And in the last sentence of that paragraph, it states, our emphasis on a political rather than a military solution to the situation was as close as we ever came to influencing the military aspect of their struggle. Is that statement true, sir?
Well, it is partially true. I'm not saying that all of the rest of it's true. What I am saying to you is that I continue to believe, as I did then, that there will ultimately have to be a political solution. War is, after all, a political endeavor. And I do not believe that we're going to see a victory march down the streets of Managua. What I do believe that we can achieve as a democratic outcome in Nicaragua as part of a political process. It will require diplomacy. It also requires military pressure on the Sandinistas. It is the essence of guerrilla war. This country fought a guerrilla war, in one in which that I had served, and we lost the war. We won all the battles and lost the war.
The part of it which is untrue is the part that says that this was as close as we ever came to influencing the military aspect of their struggle. Isn't that true, sir?
With using appropriated funds? No, but I'm not going to nitpick this thing.
That's a false statement, isn't it? You were conducting, as you've testified here most of the afternoon, a full-service, covert operation to support the military efforts of the resistance.
Yes, that is true.
And this statement that emphasizing a political rather than a military solution was as close as we ever came to influencing the military aspect of their struggle is just false, isn't it?
It's not entirely false, but it is false. And I admit that there are other parts of this thing that are false.
Let's get to the next one, which is in the next paragraph. It says, it is equally important to stress what we did not do. We did not solicit funds or other support for military or paramilitary activities, either from Americans or third parties. That's just plain false, isn't it?
Right.
Then there was a meeting with members of Congress that followed that letter. Members of the Intelligence Committee.
In 1985?
1985. This was one, was it not, at which Mr. McFarland did the talking?
I must confess that I don't remember that meeting. I do remember one in 1986 with Chairman Hamilton's.
We'll get to that in a minute, but I'm staying with 1985. Exhibit 120 is a cover letter relating to questions that were sent by the committee following the meeting.
I have Exhibit 120.
And it's a cover sheet from you to Mr. McFarland, and it makes reference to responses, a briefing before the Intelligence Committee on September 10, 1985.
That's correct.
And then if you go to Exhibit 121, that is a letter from Mr. McFarland to the Intelligence Committee responding to the written questions that followed the briefing.
That's correct.
And you helped prepare those answers to those written questions, did you not?
I'm sure that I did.
And if you look at the first page towards the first page of the answers, the second page of the exhibit, there's a question 3, and it says, when the CIA had to withdraw from their day-to-day contact with the rebels, it has been alleged in the New York Times that Colonel North tried to fill the void, partly through helping facilitate the supplying of logistics help. Did Colonel North, in his capacity as a staff member of the National Security Council, use his influence to facilitate the movement of supplies, either raised privately in this country or otherwise, to the Contras? And the answer reads as follows: Lieutenant Colonel North did not use his influence to facilitate the movement of supplies to the resistance. That's false too, isn't it?
Yes.
And then if you go to the 5th page of the exhibit, there's a question number 2, which is General Singlab has stated in the Washington Post that he would often talk to Colonel North and inform him what he was doing, and then state that if it was a dumb idea for North to send him a signal. Is that your impression of the relationship between General Singlab and Colonel North? The answer is not a simple yes or no. The answer is there is no official or unofficial relationship with any member of the NSC staff regarding fundraising for the Nicaraguan Democratic Opposition. This includes the alleged relationship with General Singlab. That's false too, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what the definition of an official or unofficial relationship is, but I certainly saw General Singlab a lot related to support for the Nicaraguan resistance. I've, testified to that.
Indeed, you had seen him in that connection 4 times within the previous 9 months that you've testified about already.
I don't recall testifying about specific dates, but I willingly admit to you, as I did earlier today, that I met on a number of occasions with General Singlab relating to support for the Nicaraguan resistance.
And then going back to page 2, again, it's the second page of the exhibit, the first page of the question and answer. There's a question 2 and an answer 2. The question refers to newspaper allegations, and the answer reads as follows: the allegations that Lieutenant Colonel North offered the resistance tactical advice and direction is, as I indicated in my briefing, patently untrue. That wasn't true either, was it?
I never sat down in the battlefield and offered direct tactical advice, but I certainly did have a number of discussions with the resistance about military activities. Yes, to include the broader strategy for a southern front and an Atlantic front and an internal front.
And at about this time, prompted by the same newspaper articles and congressional inquiries, counsel for the President's Intelligence Oversight Board interviewed you and asked you if, in fact, you were engaged in fundraising and military support for the Contras.
Are you talking about Mr. Cerrone?
Brett Cerrone.
I have absolutely no recall of that discussion. Mr. Cerrone's office, until I moved my office to the suite in room 302, was down the hall from Mr. Cerrone's office. We had many conversations. I do not recall the one which you refer to.
Do you deny? He has testified that in connection with his writing the opinion which you made reference to earlier, he conducted an investigation which included a review of documents and an interview with you. And he asked you about the newspaper reports that you were engaged in fundraising and giving military advice to the Contras, and that you denied that you were doing any such thing. Can you deny that you had that conversation?
No, I just said I don't recall that specific conversation. He and I had many. We may well have had the one you just described. And I'm sure that if he asked me that question, I denied it. Because after all, we viewed this to be a covert operation. And he had absolutely no need to know the details of what I was doing. By my understanding, the Intelligence Oversight Board does not have oversight authority over the National Security Council staff. I don't think. At least I didn't then.
So what you're saying is if you didn't feel that the Oversight Board had authority to investigate the staff, even if it was engaged in intelligence operations, that you felt free to lie to him?
Forgive me again. Would you please repeat the question, counsel?
Question was that if you felt that the President's Intelligence Oversight Board did not have authority to investigate the NSC, even if it was engaged in intelligence activities, that you felt free to lie to him.
Well, and I don't like the sound of that. I don't think I basically would have told him. You know, I probably would have said it's none of your business or whatever. And in fact, and I mean no disrespect to this body, none whatsoever, not to this committee or to the Joint Committee or to either House of Congress. But my approach, what I wanted to do in terms of answering these questions, was to simply not answer them at all. And I want to go back through what I said yesterday about a covert operation. We had the lives of people at stake. We had this nation's foreign policy at stake. We had the lives of the people involved in the resistance activity at stake. And we have, as in any other covert operation, a problem of deniability. I was to be the deniability. I was to go when the time came. Political liability, he's gone. The fact is that protecting the role of foreign governments who were assisting in that was important to them. I was sent down there and talking to heads of state and the leaders of foreign governments and promised them absolute discretion, that we wouldn't reveal what support they were providing. And the reason we promised them that is because they were in great jeopardy of reprisals from the Sandinistas and reprisals from their own internal political dissent. So we promised them that we wouldn't talk about it. We also had protecting the bases and the activities that they permitted on their territory in support of the resistance. And they were concerned about that. And so we told them, don't worry, we won't divulge it. I was sent there and I told them that on instruction. Now my answer toward protecting individuals and protecting the role of foreign governments and protecting the nature of the support to the Nicaraguan resistance, I mean, after all, if we had announced in the newspapers, Counsel, that we were building an airfield in a Central American country to support the Nicaraguan resistance and told the American people, and unfortunately had we told the Congress, it would have become public and the Sandinistas would have known about it.
Well, sir, you have already testified that Izvestia had written about it.
Izvestia didn't write about
newspapers had written about it. Our newspapers were writing about it.
But they weren't writing about it in
Are you
specific detail.
saying the Sandinistas did not know about the resupply operation?
I'm telling you, Sandinistas didn't know what time of day and night that the airplanes were taking off.
Did Congress inquire what time of day or night the airplanes were taking off?
No, but that's what the general...
They asked whether you were engaged in supporting the Contras during the pendency of a law that prohibited it.
Counsel?
That prohibited...
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, there were two interruptions there, and I know that lawyers can sometimes get excited and fire rapid questions, but I'm asking that we be particularly sensitive to permitting the witness to finish the answers.
I believe we have been extremely sensitive to you and your client. I believe the record will show that we have not objected to unresponsive answers. Many questions that could have been easily answered by simple yes or no have taken 15 minutes, and the chair has not interrupted. We have permitted speeches to be made here.
I know that, sir.
As you know, you're one of the best defense lawyers in town, and in a courtroom, if the answer is not responsive, usually the court would stop you. So, counsel, proceed.
My experience is a little bit different, Mr. Chairman. Normally, a witness is able to finish his answer.
We have permitted your client to answer completely. Has he been denied the opportunity to give a complete answer during these proceedings?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not complaining about a lot of the questions. My duty is to object when I see a question posed which my client is not permitted to answer. There were two, and if you'd like to play the tape back or read it back, it's quite clear that counsel jumped in before the answer was given. That's my only point. I'm not complaining about many of the questions. I'm only complaining periodically when I believe there's a reasonable basis to bring the matter to your attention and ask for a fair judgment. That's all.
That matter has been brought to my attention. Counsel, proceed.
Take it there came a time when another committee of Congress made an inquiry in writing. Congressman Barnes, I take it, wrote a letter, and it is in your exhibit book as Exhibit 107. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And it also inquires about activities of certain NSC staff members in providing advice and fundraising support to the Nicaraguan rebel leaders.
That's right.
And the reply is at Exhibit 109.
Right?
Do you have that in front of you?
Right.
And that, I take it, you also helped Mr. McFarland draft.
I probably did. I don't recall specifically. There were a number of these.
And in the middle of the second paragraph, after citing to the Boland Amendment itself. It states, "There have not been, nor will there be, any expenditures of NSC funds which would have the effect of supporting directly or indirectly military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua." You see that?
I don't see it, but I heard you. I got it?
You have it?
Yep.
Now, you were aware, I take it, that salaries were included in the Boland Amendment?
Nope, not mine.
How about airplane trips?
Made every effort, Counsel, to avoid the use of appropriated funds. And as I said, that was why the decision was made in 1984, before this proscription ever became law, to set up outside entities and to raise non-U.S. government monies by which the Nicaraguan freedom fighters could be supported. What I'm trying to say is that there was an effort to comply with Boland. It was a hard and difficult task. We tried very hard. And aside from those letters, there were many, many efforts to include the use of the operational account I described to you this morning, by which we tried very hard to live within the letter of the law. That is not necessarily the answer you're looking for about these letters, because these letters are clearly misleading.
Well, let's take a look at page 2 of this letter, where it states at the bottom of the partial paragraph on the top of the page, "Throughout, we have scrupulously abided by the spirit and letter of the law. None of us has solicited funds, facilitated contacts for prospective potential donors, or otherwise organized or coordinated the military or paramilitary efforts of the resistance." I take it that statement is misleading.
Part of that is misleading, yes.
Indeed.
As I indicated this morning, I have never, to my recollection, solicited funds. But I have just admitted to you that these are misleading responses. I would also, if you will indulge me in finishing what I started earlier, I would also point out to you, Counsel, that this is not my preferred response. My preferred response, and I tried it several times in this process, was not to tell the Congress. In no disrespect to this body, none whatsoever, but in fact exercising what I understood to be executive privilege. And I have a letter that I also drafted, that was drafted several different times in an attempt to answer this. In fact, the one that I have, and it was never sent, is addressed to Congressman Barnes. And if you don't mind, Counsel will put it up so that you can all see it. And in fact, this letter is my preferred answer. I was not entirely comfortable at all with this. But this letter lays out why I thought we had the right to deny that information, and why I think it was appropriate to do so, and why I am appalled that you now have the notebooks in which I kept records of my conversations with heads of state and other foreign military and political leaders.
Colonel North, the document which you have just put up in front of this committee as your preferred response states in its very first sentence, "This is in reply to your letter of October 29th.
Yes.
That was long after the letter which
Counsel.
is Exhibit 109,
Counsel.
which is dated September the 12th, 1985.
I agree. I am saying that the words below, referring to the Jay treaties and executive privilege, were used numerous times in an effort to have that be the answer to the Congress. This is simply one other effort on that document to have that answer sent to the Congress.
Well,
and it wasn't sent.
We have the letter dated October 29th, 1985, and it is Exhibit 111. And it is a letter requesting documents.
Yes.
The earlier letter requested answers.
Yes.
And a letter was sent in reply that you've said you probably participated in that gave false answers.
Yes.
Then Congress wasn't satisfied with the answers, and they sent the letter back dated October 29th seeking documents. And that is when the letter which you have put up here was drafted, to prevent Congress from getting any documents.
Counsel, in each and every case, I advocated this philosophy in answering the Congress. There was no executive privilege exercised, and instead answers that were sent to the Congress that were clearly misleading. I'm not denying that, and I participated in that effort. I am admitting that to this body. What I am saying to you is that my preferred answer would have been no answer at all. And I believe then, and I believe now, that the executive was fully legitimate in giving no answer to those queries, and that others could be called forward to testify if they wished, but they shouldn't have been compelled to do so. And that is the essence of all that is in the bottom two paragraphs here.
Let's get to the documents then. The documents that were requested were reviewed by you, were they not?
I guess they were. I don't recall the specific event, but I assume that they were because I was asked to provide certain documents.
And they were taken out of official NSC files.
That's correct?
And they were brought to the attention of Mr. McFarland.
Yes.
And you and he sat down together and talked about them.
I don't recall that we necessarily sat down and talked about it. I do know that he brought those to my attention, indicated that there were problems with them, and told me to fix them.
There were 6 of them that there were particular problems with. Is that correct?
I don't recall the number.
Well, do you recall the handwritten list that
I
Mr.
recall there was
McFarland
a
made up?
handwritten list. I don't remember how many there were.
It's Exhibit 112.
Right.
That's the handwritten list by document number of the problem documents.
Right.
Okay, now you just said that he asked you to fix them. What does that mean?
Remove references to certain activities, certain undertakings on my behalf or his, and basically clean up the record.
Did you?
Tried to.
Then?
No, I don't believe I got around to it till just before I left.
And indeed, I take it the references that you were therefore instructed to fix up were such things as references to your current donors.
I'd have to look at each of those documents to refresh my memory, but I'm telling you those are documents that had problems with them, yes. And it had reference to my activities.
Activities?
And references to those things that I had done over the course of that period of time, or things that I reported on that had been done as a consequence of my activities.
These were activities in support of military support and fundraising support for the Contras.
I will certainly admit to the former. I'm not sure about the latter. On the fundraising, it may have been reference to that too.
Well, I will just state for the record, and we needn't look at them again. We've spent almost a full day with these documents, but they are exhibits 141 through 153. That's in both original and altered form. And I will say that one of the things which is taken out of those documents are references to, quote, our current donors. And I take it that refers to a particular foreign country, country 2.
Where's country two? Okay. Again, I told you yesterday that I still don't know who that particular donor was, for sure.
And I will note for the record that even in the altered version of the documents, There are still some materials that have been blanked out because the executive regards them as classified.
Okay?
So you didn't just remove all sensitive materials, you removed the materials that demonstrated that you were conducting activities in support of the Contras.
All right.
What was the reason for altering those documents right before you left?
Well, he had asked me to do it sometime before, and I simply hadn't gotten it done yet.
Well, he was gone. What was the reason that he gave you for changing these documents?
Well, those documents clearly indicated that there was a covert operation being conducted in support of the Nicaraguan resistance. And part of the whole thing with the covert operation is being able to protect those people with whom you are engaged, as we had committed to do, and protect from political damage as well as international repercussions the government of the United States. And so I very clearly understood why he wanted those documents cleaned up, and I sought to do so.
Now, I take it, I think you've already referred to another inquiry, congressional inquiry, approximately a year after the first one,
Right?
summer of 1986. And I think you'll see at Exhibit 122 that there was a... Before I get to that, Colonel North, I want to stay with the documents for just a moment. You had a filing system, did you not, at the NSC?
I myself, or
The NSC had a filing system.
NSC staff, has a document filing system. That's correct.
And there are various categories in the system.
In the systems, plural, yes, System 1, 2, and 4.
And 4 is where the most highly classified documents are stored.
Yes.
And I take it you have a system like that so that if there are materials that should not be exposed to the public, there is a way of handling them to see that that doesn't happen.
Say that again?
I'm saying the whole reason you have documents classified as System 4 documents is so that they will be handled and stored in such a way that they will not be inappropriately exposed to public view.
True.
So there was already in existence an official way of protecting information that ought not to be made public.
Yes, but you have to remember that that system, just like any information in my safe, is very much what I would call successor dependent. And there is some uncertainty as to what your replacement might do with those things when he walks in the door. And so I had absolutely no problem whatsoever with Mr. McFarland telling me that these documents need to be cleaned up. In fact, we had earlier, perhaps subsequent to those documents being prepared, decided to take those kinds of documents out of the system altogether, so that they no longer were in the system. They were non-log, if you will, and they were hand-carried back and forth between my office and the West Wing. An effort was made, in other words, to keep them out of the system, so that outside knowledge would not necessarily be derived from having seen the documents themselves.
Well, these documents that were on Mr. McFarland's list, after they were discussed by you with him in 1985, they were placed back into the system, were they not?
I got them out of the system. I don't know where they sat in the interim, but I went to the system to retrieve them because I saw toward the end of my tenure that this list still had not been cleaned up. And so I went and got the documents out of the system and started revising the documents. I had created them, and I was now changing them in consonance with what I believed he wanted on the documents to begin with. The documents, after all, demonstrated his knowledge and cognizance over what I was doing. And he didn't want that. He was cleaning up the historical record. He was trying to preserve the president from political damage. I don't blame him for that.
He was changing it to make it untrue.
Yes. I think by omission more than commission, but I mean, we're certainly deleting in the redrafts of those documents, deleting portions of it, which indicated the full depth of what I was doing and his knowledge of what I was doing.
Just so that we understand, a few days before you actually left, and that would be a few days before August 25th, 1986.
No,
Excuse me, November 25th, 1986.
Correct.
You obtained these documents, original documents, from NSC files.
Correct.
How did you obtain them?
I went in and drew them out, and, well, I shouldn't say I did. I think I had my secretary go to the files clerk and withdraw the documents. And again, I'm not certain of that, but that's what I recall.
Did you or she have authority to get these documents out of NSC files?
Oh, sure. I mean, you can. The system is set up so that particularly an officer who creates a document can go and retrieve his own documents
Isn't it
for
a
the
fact?
purposes of historical, checking something or whatever.
Isn't it a fact that you had to get Mr. de Graffenried's help to get these documents?
I honestly don't recall that I did. My recollection of it, Counsel, is that I asked my secretary to go to his secretary and get the documents, but I may not be remembering correctly.
So you had to go to his secretary to get the documents?
But they're kept in his office. I mean, the physical location of those documents was his office space. I mean, he was, after all, it was within his space that the custodian of that system resided. And he had stacks of files full of these things, of that system's documents.
I take it that the handwritten list of the numbers on the documents had been kept by you for the almost year period from the time you first discussed these documents with Mr. McFarland until the time you took them out in November of 1986.
Yes. In fact, I provided to the committee a copy of that list. I sent it back to you.
Where had you kept it?
I believe the original of it was probably underneath the blotter on my desk. I mean, my management style is perhaps due for criticism, but I think that was probably on my desk or underneath one of my computers or something like that. I don't readily remember. I do remember in the latter days of my tenure at the NSC coming across the list saying, oh boy, this isn't done, and going about doing what I'd been asked to do some period before.
I'm going to go back again now to the summer of 1986. Exhibit 122 is a resolution of inquiry. It relates to you, and it seeks information about funding concerning the contras, military advice, and asks specific questions about Robert Owen, General Singlaub, and a man named John Hull.
Right.
And there came a time, did there not, when you had an interview with members of the House Intelligence Committee?
I did.
And staff.
I don't remember if there was any staff there or not. I defer to Chairman Hamilton. He convened his group in the White House Situation Room, and I met with him there.
There's a memorandum which was done by staff, which is Exhibit 126. You have that in front of you.
I do.
And it's dated August 6, 1986. Is that at or about the time when you had this interview?
Again, I defer to the committee and Chairman Hamilton. I had such a meeting, if that's when it was. I don't remember the date.
And this was you personally talking to them?
It was on instructions of the National Security Advisor. I was instructed to meet with Chairman Hamilton and, I believe, many of the members of the committee.
And they were interested in finding out the answers to the questions raised by the resolution of inquiry,
Exactly.
your fundraising activities, military
Precisely.
support for the Contras,
That's right.
questions about Mr. Owen, General Singlaub, and John Hull.
Yes.
Beginning of this memorandum, it appears to be a description of what you said during that meeting. It says, from Boland Amendment on, North explained strictures to Contras. Is that true? Did you explain the strictures to the Contras?
I explained to them that there was no U.S. government money until more was appropriated. Yes.
And it says, never violated stricture, gave advice on human rights civic action program.
I did do that.
But I take it you did considerably more, which you did not tell the committee about.
I have admitted that here before you today, knowing full well what I told the committee then. I think we can abbreviate this in hopes that we can move on so that I can finish this week. I will tell you right now, Council, and all the members here gathered, that I misled the Congress.
At that meeting,
At that meeting,
face to face,
face to face,
you made false statements to them about your activities in support of the Contras.
I did. Furthermore, I did so with a purpose. And I did so with the purpose of hopefully avoiding the very kind of thing that we have before us now, and avoiding a shut-off of help for the Nicaraguan resistance, and avoiding an elimination of the resistance facilities in 3 Central American countries, wherein we had promised those heads of state. On my specific orders, on specific orders to me, I had gone down there and assured them of our absolute and total discretion. I am admitting to you that I participated in the preparation of documents for the Congress that were erroneous, misleading, evasive, and wrong. And I did it again here when I appeared before that committee convened in the White House Situation Room. And I make no excuses for what I did. I will tell you now that I am under oath, and I was not then.
We do live in a democracy, don't we?
We do, sir. Thank God.
In which it is the people, not one Marine Lieutenant Colonel, that get to decide the important policy decisions for the nation.
Yes.
And part of the
And I would
democratic
point out
process.
that part of that answer is that this Marine Lieutenant Colonel was not making all of those decisions on his own. As I indicated yesterday in my testimony, Mr. Niels, I sought approval for everything that I did.
But you denied Congress the facts. You
did.
denied the elected representatives of our people the facts upon which they needed to make a very important decision for this nation.
I did because of what I have just described to you as our concerns. And I did it because we have had incredible leaks from discussions with closed committees of the Congress. I was a part of, as people now know, the coordination for the mining of the harbors in Nicaragua. When that one leaked, there were American lives at stake. And it leaked from a member of one of the committees who eventually admitted it. When there was a leak on the sensitive intelligence methods that we used to help capture the Achille Lauro terrorists, it almost wiped out that whole channel of communications. I mean, those kinds of things are devastating. They are devastating to the national security of the United States. And I desperately hope that one of the things that can derive from all of this ordeal is that we can find a better way by which we can communicate those things properly with the Congress. I'm not admitting that what happened in this is proper. I'm not admitting or claiming, rather, that what I did and my role in it in communicating was proper.
Were you instructed to do it?
I was not specifically instructed, no.
Were you generally instructed?
Yes.
By whom?
My superiors. I
Who?
prepared draft answers that they signed and sent. And I would also point out,
What superior?
well, look who I didn't sign those letters to the
I'm
to this
talking about
body.
I'm talking about the oral meeting in August of 1986.
I went down to that oral meeting with the same kind of understanding that I prepared those memos in 1985 and other communications.
Well, you had a different boss, and in fairness, you ought to tell us whether he instructed you to do it, understood you did it, knew about it afterwards, or none of those.
He did not specifically go down and say, "Ollie, lie to the committee." I told him what I had said afterwards, and he sent me a note saying, "Well done." Now, I would also like to point out one other thing. I deeply believe that the President of the United States is also an elected official of this land, and by the Constitution as I understand it, he is the person charged with making and carrying out the foreign policy of this country. I believed from the moment I was engaged in this activity in 1984 that this was in furtherance of the foreign policy established by the President. I still believe that. I'm not saying that what I did here was right, and I have just placed myself, as you know, Counsel, in great jeopardy.
Even the President is elected by the people.
I just said that.
And the people have the right to vote him out of office if they don't like his policies.
That's true.
And they can't exercise that function if the policies of the President are hidden from them.
Wait a second. I mean, yesterday we talked about the need for this nation, which is a country at risk in a dangerous world, having the need to conduct covert operations and secret diplomacy and carry out secret programs. I mean, we talked at some length about that, and that can certainly be the subject of great debate, and this great institution can pass laws that say no such activities can ever be conducted again, but that would be wrong, and you and I know that. The fact is, this country does need to be able to conduct those kinds of activities. And the President ought not to be in a position, in my humble opinion, of having to go out and explain to the American people on a bi-weekly basis or any other kind that I, the President, am carrying out the following secret operations. It just can't be done. No nation in the world will ever help us again, and we desperately need that kind of help if we are to survive given our adversaries. And what I am saying to you, Mr. Niels, is the American people, I think, trust that the President will indeed be conducting these kinds of activities. They trust that he will do so with a good purpose and good intent. I will also admit to you that I believe there has to be a way of consulting with the Congress. There must be. I would also point out to you, Mr. Niels, that in June of 1986, not the Tower Commission, I gave a speech before the American Bar Association. On very short notice, I stood on the podium with Senator Moynihan, and I advocated the formation of a small, discreet Joint Intelligence Committee with a very professional small staff in which the administration would feel comfortable confiding in planning and conducting and funding these kinds of activities. I still believe that to be a good and thoughtful thing to do. There has to be that kind of proposal that allows the administration to talk straightforward with the Congress.
There came a time There came a time when one of the resupply operations planes went down in Nicaragua.
Yes.
That was early October 1986.
Yes.
If you'll turn to Exhibit 133, you have that in front of you?
Yes.
It's a prof message from Mr. Canestraro. It relates to the plane that went down. And in the middle of the page, it discusses press guidance. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the statement is, press guidance was prepared which states no USG involvement or connection, but that we are generally aware of such support contracted by the Contras. Were you aware at the time that this was the press guidance for the Hassenfuss plane?
I don't believe I was aware at that immediate moment because, as I testified earlier, I believe I was overseas at that point. My recollection is that I was, but that is not inconsistent with what we had prepared as the press line if such an eventuality occurred.
And then the next paragraph says, you know, to be asked to assume responsibility for flight.
Right?
And then it says, Elliot will follow up with Ollie to facilitate this.
Yes.
Was Mr. Abrams aware that you know was not responsible for the flight?
I think that the flight was certainly coordinated with people within UNO. UNO did indeed know about the flight. The flight happened to have been paid for by General Secord's operation. Airplane was paid for by his operation. Pilots were paid for by his operation. Those were not U.S. government monies, but those were certainly his activities, and I was the U.S. government connection.
And was Elliot Abrams aware of the fact that you were the U.S. government connection?
You would have to ask Elliot Abrams exactly what he did know. But he called me to take care of getting the bodies home.
Did he ask you whether you or the NSC had any connection with the airplane?
Counsel, he didn't have to ask me.
Because
Any more than a congressman who called me up at one point and asked me to get an airdrop to the Indians had to ask me. He knew. I didn't have to tell him. I didn't have to write a memo to him. It was known. I would guess that that is probably why Chairman Hamilton convened his group in the Situation Room. I have no doubt about that. And what I want you to know is I still don't think that what we did was illegal.
So you think
Please, it was not right. It does not leave me with a good taste in my mouth. I want you to know lying does not come easy to me. I want you to know that it doesn't come easy to anybody. But I think we all had to weigh in the balance the difference between lives and lies. I had to do that on a number of occasions in both these operations, and it is not an easy thing to do.
So you're telling us that you believe some congressman knew of your connection. You've said that Izvetzia knew of your connection. You said the Cubans knew of your connection. The Sandinistas, I haven't finished the question yet. The Sandinistas knew of your connection. But Exhibit 134 contains the administration's statement to the American people. It's a newspaper article about this flight, Washington Post, top left-hand column. Top Reagan administration officials yesterday flatly denied any U.S. government connection with the transport plane that the Sandinista government said it shot down in Nicaragua with 3 Americans and a man of Latin origin aboard. And the next exhibit, the committees have already heard. It's Elliot Abrams' statements on Evans and Novak, absolutely guaranteeing that there was no U.S. government connection and particularly no NSC connection. Now, the American people I take it, in this country where we trust our government officials, believed those statements?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I cannot speak for the American people. I've never pretended to speak for the American people. But
Colonel North, I have only one more question.
I'm still trying to answer the last one. I'm getting help here. I guess my problem is, counsel, that while I well recognize that there may well be a lot of American people who want to know, I was trying to weigh, and I'm sure that others, like Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter and Director Casey and Elliot Abrams and the Chief of the Central American Task Force and others, were trying to weigh in their souls what would happen to those, for example, whom I had sent money to, or enticed into this activity, or published pamphlets in Managua, or ran radio broadcasts, or blew things up, or flew airplanes, if the American government stood up and announced it. And that is, after all, the essence of deniability. And I was that deniable link, and I was supposed to be dropped like a hot rock when it all came down. And I was willing to serve in that capacity. I was not willing to become the victim of a criminal prosecution.
I have only one more question, sir. You've given this committee several speeches on the subject of covert operations.
Mr. Chairman, the witness has responded as frankly and as truthfully as he possibly can, and I think that that is a pejorative term that mischaracterizes the extraordinary efforts of Colonel North to be frank with this committee. And I'm tired, frankly, of going home at the end of the day and seeing members of this committee on the TV saying he's not being truthful. And that's another example of it. I request, Mr. Chairman, that that kind of tactic not be utilized. Thank you, sir.
I would like to advise the council that he may characterize this as something else, but as far as I'm concerned, it was a very lengthy statement. Some people consider lengthy statements to be speeches. Council, proceed.
I'm perfectly happy to use the expression lengthy statements. You've made several lengthy statements to the committee on the subject of covert operations.
How about using lengthy answer? In order for him to get the truth before the committee.
Proceed.
As a result of the fact that the operations you've been testifying about were conducted in the covert manner that you've been testifying about, as I understand your testimony, you and others put out a false version of facts relating to the 1985 Hawk shipment. You altered documents in official NSC files. You shredded documents shortly after you heard that representatives of the Attorney General of the United States were coming into your office to review them. You wrote false and misleading letters to the Congress of the United States. The government lied to the American people about the connection to the Hassenfuss plane. You received a personal financial benefit from operating funds of the covert organization without knowing where it came from.
Sir?
I'm referring to the security fence. $8 million of operation funds was handled in a manner that you didn't know what had happened to it or whether it existed. My question to you is whether this is an inevitable, these things are inevitable consequences of conducting covert operations, or whether these are things that happen because of these two particular covert actions. haven't answered?
Well, I have tried over the course of the last 2 days, Counsel, to answer every one of your questions accurately. I have tried to give you answers and explanations where needed for why I did what I did, and the facts as they were known to me about what others did. I am not here to impugn the testimony of others or to make excuses for anything that I did. I have accepted the responsibility for those things that I did, and some of that has not come easily. I would also expect, as you keep raising the American people, that the tens of thousands of American people who have written to me and communicated with me since I was relieved of my duties at the NSC, and in particular over the course of the last 2 days, some of them seem to believe, and with very, very few exceptions, perhaps 50 out of 40 or 50,000, perhaps 50. The remaining 50,000 or so who have communicated seem to believe that they think it was right that somebody would do something under those circumstances. And I tried to do it to the very best of my abilities. If they are found lacking, it is not for having tried not enough. I sincerely believe that I did everything within the law. I made serious judgment errors, and I have admitted those, but I tried, and I don't regret having done it.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Colonel North, for the past 2 days, together with my colleagues on this panel, I've sat here very patiently listening to statements suggesting that members of Congress cannot be trusted with the secrets of this land. Although I have not discussed this in public before, but I did serve on the Intelligence Committee for 8 years, serving as chairman for the first 2 years. In fact, it was my assignment to organize the Intelligence Committee. During that period, according to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the National Security Agency, there wasn't a single leak from that Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. I'm certain you're well aware that most of the leaks in this city come from the other side of Pennsylvania. Secondly, I'm a recipient of the Distinguished Service Medal of Intelligence, the highest non-military decoration that can be given to a non-military person. And last year, just before Mr. Casey went to the hospital, he presented me with the Central Intelligence Agency Medal. Thirdly, a few days ago, General Odom, Director of the National Security Agency, communicated with me to advise me that since the creation of these two select committees, they have not seen any leaks emanating from these two committees. I don't know who you're talking about, but I can assure you that these committees, the House and the Senate Select Committees, can be trusted. The sessions of this day and yesterday have clearly demonstrated that if we had gone through the regular process that we have followed with all other witnesses, and that is going into executive session, taking depositions, we would not have had to have delays that we have experienced today over classified information. Like you, I do not wish to see secrets of this land inadvertently and accidentally made public. Accordingly, at the conclusion of tomorrow afternoon's session at 5, the panel will enter into executive session to discuss matters of classification. The place will be announced tomorrow. We will stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, at which time Mr. Van Cleve will conduct the investigation. Right on. good statement there. Good statement.
Right there and ask what you sleep. I don't know how to do it. I don't know if I do it. Colin's also 27 years old. I'm 32, about 67 pounds heavy. Big difference there, right? But also, I think Coleman lost the camera. I asked him, he said he did.
You may have had it.
And what you can't do more than you lock. That's fine if I can lock it. I've tried it twice. Don't take it. The first thing. Scream, you just lock it. You can't lock the camera down. I did twice. Did you hear him? So lock the camera down. And then you get but I was in so much pain, I had to do something. Bring in some rope.
Yeah.